Truthseekers is a viewer-supported show. Wonderful people like you who enjoy this show send pledges in the form of super chats, super stickers, super thanks, PayPal or Cash App. Instructions for how to help are in the description. You can also join our Patreon, and for as little as $1 a month you can get extra content. Patreon supporters get a backstage pass, early access to all our production videos before they are distributed publicly, Stephen Campion's music, private writings, a monthly show journal, and more. You can also become a YouTube channel member for $5 a month. A YouTube membership includes all of the Patreon benefits, plus a special members badge, priority reply to video comments, and the live chat, plus a monthly members only video. We thank you all, kind and generous benefactors, for supporting Truthseekers. Thank you for your generosity and support. Truthseekers is a viewer-supported show. Now there's a great way to support these broadcasts and show your support. Please be sure and check out our merchandise store. Links to our 2 merchandise online stores are in the links to this video or podcast. The Amazon storefront ships super quickly in the United States, Great Britain, and in many more places. Amazon may not ship to your country or location. If that's the case, hit our second merchandise link in the description and visit our Redbubble storefront. Merchandise from our Redbubble storefront ships worldwide, but may take longer than Amazon. We've got a great deal of super high quality merchandise for you to choose from, including t-shirts, phone cases, sweatshirts, and even pillows. The feedback from our products have been overwhelmingly great. Quality products and fast shipping. People all over the world are buying some merchandise and showing their support of the show. Praise the cash! Praise the cash! Praise the cash! We thank you all, kind and generous benefactors, who are buying some merchandise and helping us to continue this journey. Thanks for being here. This is Truthseekers with your host, Stephen Campion. Please rate, like and comment on our videos or podcasts. If you are listening to an audio podcast, please rate us 5 stars to help us rise in the search rankings. If you are watching on YouTube, please like, comment and subscribe to our channel. If you're listening to an audio podcast, we love and appreciate you listeners, but you are missing the live tapings. All our shows are recorded live with video feed. We'd love you to come be a part of our live broadcasts and tapings for the podcast. Head on over to YouTube, click the search tool, the little magnifying glass, put Truthseekers, one word in the search bar, and hit enter. You'll see a strange and mysterious guy with sunglasses. That means you found the channel. Go there, smash the subscribe button and hit the notification bell to receive up-to-date info on our YouTube channel. We welcome you to be a part of our live taping and our chat room during the live broadcasts. Seek the truth. Speak the truth. This is Truthseekers. Truthseekers. Truthseekers.
Greetings and salutations. We are back tonight to continue our coverage. I thought eventually this could become sort of a series. Maybe we'll have a playlist of these episodes. Previously, we covered a device created by Victor Schauberger called the repulsing engine, which is very interesting in that it was supposed to be both, I suppose, a free energy device and a propulsion device. And tonight we're going to be covering John Searl and the Searl effect generator, the SEG. One of the reasons that I wanted to cover John Searl next is because, like the Victor Schauberger repulsing engine, John Searl claims to have invented both a free energy device and a propulsion system that he claimed powered flying saucers that he and his team created. There are some very famous pictures in ufology of these probably 20 square, 20-foot diameter flying saucers flying right above him. You may have seen, it's probably in the thumbnail for this video. These are very famous pictures I have seen in probably 10 different books about UFOs. They mention John Searl and his Searl effect generator. One of the other reasons that I thought it important to cover John Searl is because I, for a time, got to know someone local to me in Philadelphia who is quite famous in these circles of 0 point or free energy researchers. And his name was Jeffrey Miller. He has someplace that he calls Energy Bat Labs, which is just outside of Philadelphia. So in full disclosure, I, for a time, became obsessed with these free energy devices, tinkering around in my basement, building all kinds of different things, playing with magnets, trying to see if this was possible. In most cases, you come away tantalized that it may be possible, but extremely disappointed in the actual results that you can generate. There are, just for those unaware, there are hundreds of companies out there that will sell you plans, blueprints, schematics for some sort of free energy device. Usually they want between $20 and $100 to send you the plans, and you too can build this device. But the problem is that none of them work. None that I have found sold by these let's just say, less than reputable companies, even if you build it exactly the way they describe and show you in the plans and the schematics, just don't work. Or the claims versus the reality of what it generates or creates are vastly different. And so I got to know this Jeffrey Miller a bit from Energy Bat Labs. You can look it up. He's also got a new project called Fringe Energy, which I believe is sort of like a new venture for him. But Jeffrey Miller is one of the most well-known, especially in Pennsylvania. I mean, ask anybody in Pennsylvania or the tri-state area, I suppose. If you mention 0 point energy or free energy, Energy Bat Labs and Jeffrey Miller comes up. Now, what is the tie-in here? The tie-in here is that Jeffrey Miller got to know John Searl very well. And in fact, it was Jeffrey Miller who created some of the models that are in documentaries about John Searl. In other words, Jeffrey Miller created these models of the Searl effect generator as described by John Searl. And Jeffrey Miller, being a incredibly technically proficient person who has created or recreated 100 of these kinds of devices. His lab is filled with them, and we're going to get to see some of that tonight. Jeffrey Miller said to John Searl, forget, building a model, I'll build a working model. You tell me how to do it and I'll do it. And what followed was a sort of back and forth where the thing wasn't working. And Jeffrey Miller was building it exactly the way that John Searl said it should be built, down to ridiculous machining specifications of 30 seconds of an inch. But to his credit, Jeffrey Miller has full machine shop. He can work metals, wood, whatever he wants, and tried again to get a working version of this Searl effect generator and was unable to do so. And at the end, basically, John Searl claimed that he did not create it to the exact specifications, and that's why it didn't work. Just wanted to mention that going in. To my knowledge, no one, including John Searl, has been able to show a working model, either of this as a propulsion system or as a free energy device. But there are many people trying to replicate all over the world, believe it or not. There are many people trying to replicate this effect or build their own Searl effect generator. And some of the results that they get are very tantalizing. For example, I came across one inventor. John Searl had mentioned that at a certain point, these rotating spindles would create cold temperatures, and then through the cold temperatures, superconductivity. So some people have experimented with this and found big drops in the temperature when it was operating, but not to the point of superconductivity. Others have generated what is called over unity, which means you put in, let's say you put in 1 amp, you get out of the device 1.1 amp. So it is generating more than the input voltage. These are untested, unverified claims, but I found several people claiming a very, very slight over unity effect. In other words, they would put 1 volt in to the machine and get out 1.1 volt or 1.2 volts for a time. But again, these are unverified reports. But I'm mentioning them in trying to explain just why so many people may be completely obsessed with recreating this Searl effect generator. It's because the results, when you try to do it, although not 100% working, are tantalizing. People are getting effects that John Searl described when they try to recreate one of these Searl effect generators. So I thought the best thing to do is there's a really good video that I found on the John Searl story. We're going to be citing fair use since this is a transformative work. We're educating the public about John Searl and his claimed invention, the Searl effect generator. We're educating the public about some of the history of the Searl effect generator and discussing it. Therefore, this is a transformative work, and fair use is allowed. So we're going to cite fair use. And this is a particularly long video, so I'm going to have to be stopping and commenting along the way. Otherwise, we may get a streaming violation or policy violation, whatever YouTube decides. Even though this video I found, I don't know for certain that it's copyrighted or it's on a non-monetized video channel. I think it is definitely free use. But we're still citing fair use in using this video, the John Searl story. This can tell, I had initially created all of these notes to explain the John Searl story, but the internet being what it is, people certainly prefer more multimedia presentations. So we're going to be using this video. I will be stopping along the way, commenting and critiquing. This is fair use. And again, this is called the John Searl story. Let's see if we can't share that. And once we have gone through this, it might be a pretty long presentation. This is a 30-minute video. I'd like to get through as much of it as we can. And then just briefly, I'm going to be showing you some of Jeffrey Miller's lab, who sort of refutes the claims of John Searl. And last I spoke to Mr. Jeffrey Miller, he told me that John Searl is just a con man. and constantly trying to get people to invest so that he could show them a working prototype. And yet, after 50 years of making these claims, somehow we don't have a working prototype. But again, the tantalizing effects when people study this thing, I think, is what keeps this thing going. Again, fair use, the John Searl story. Let's get into it, friends. Oh, I did it again. 1 second. Always forget to make sure. The hell is this? 1 second, friends. Okay, got it. Okay. Fair use, the John Searl story video. Here we go. And for those unaware, the terms free energy device and 0-point energy device are sort of interchangeable. 0-point energy, again, is the belief that there is some 0 point where all atoms, molecules slow down to the point or speed up to the point that you can extract free energy sort of from the ether, right? And I believe that's where the term 0-point energy came from. And you can look up 0-point energy devices on YouTube or Google, and there is tens of thousands of videos and articles on 0-point or free energy devices. However, John Searl's is perhaps one of the most famous of these purported 0-point or free energy devices. So here we go.
In the laws of nature, there is nothing impossible except that the state of your mind makes it so.
Cleaning up this planet is going to be a big job. If we're going to get back to what we want, a lot of work got to be done. But one thing is certain, you need energy. That's important.
And it just should be mentioned that one of the selling points of all these free energy devices is that they're completely and totally environmentally friendly. They don't even take any fuel. So it sounds good. And every person that I have encountered who claims to have invented a 0-point or free energy device always mentions how good it's going to be for the environment. Always. It's sort of like a talking point.
Basically, the design is a conventional generator.
Searl tapped into 0-point energy.
The only person that I know of who has ever succeeded in making a Searl effect generator is John Searl.
That's an inaccurate statement. John Searl has never definitively shown a completely working prototype, to my knowledge. And it should be noted that the person that was just speaking there has later had some sort of financial arrangement with Mr. Searl, which may cloud his judgment about Searl being the only person to demonstrate or create a working 0-point energy generator.
The electron flow is accelerated to an extremely high rate, and it creates a vacuum around the device. And in that vacuum, you develop numbing cold. And numbing cold, as we know today, is a function of superconductivity. It also is a function of gravitational force.
For over 60 years, John Searl has tried to give to the world a new kind of energy system.
I just want to stop it right there and explain that John Searl has never tried to give this device to the world. He has tried to sell this device every chance that he has gotten. I found British TV appearances of his from, I believe, the early 1980s on a television show that seemed eerily much like the Shark Tank, where he went in and was talking, with the host, the show host, and a potential investor, trying to sort of sell his device to that investor. The investor declined to invest. My point being, John Searl has never tried to give it away. In fact, he's very, I would say, almost paranoidly secretive about let's call them methods of making some of the parts of this device. In other words, he never published, here's how you make the device, and I'm going to give this to the world because the world could benefit so much from it. No, he tried to sell it every single chance he got. He takes donations. He has been taking donations, near as I can tell, for 50 to 60 years, living off of those donations, near as I can tell. Also, he's never, for quite some time, had any form of a real job after he claims to have invented this device.
One that would free mankind from the burdens of oil and fossil fuels.
And there we go again with the environmental. Every free energy device guy has got to mention it'll free us from fossil fuels. We won't need to drill. We won't need to damage the earth. We won't need to burn and create carbon in the atmosphere. From an environmentalist standpoint, these free energy devices are incredibly appealing.
From his dreams as a child in pre-World War II England came an understanding of mathematics and magnetic forces that would change his life. From a childhood game of hopscotch came a new understanding of magic squares, a mathematical principle that is 5,000 years old. He could think laterally and not be bound by conventional rules taught through conventional methods that may have an adverse effect on the human mind.
Searl claimed that the magic squares had something to do with the way that the machine works. You can look up magic squares. It's really an old mathematical principle that's really more of a puzzle than anything, but okay.
John Searl is known all over the world as the inventor of the Searl effect generator, a magnetic device consisting of one or more rings, also called plates, and a number of cylindrical rollers that, when in motion, generate electricity.
So here we have a good view of the device. There's these rollers, and I should mention that the rollers have both a magnetic core and then a dielectric or non-magnetic coating over them. And it's the same with these rings. So some of the rings are placed, in one direction and the other rings here. And this is supposed to be the machine. And I also should mention that, yes, John Searl is famous all around the world. He has tried to get Chinese investors, Russian. There is a company in Russia trying to replicate this generator. I'm not sure what the financial arrangement for either of those two organizations is, but John Searl has been all over the world promoting his device and trying to get people to dump money in.
The generator is a magnetic device that is totally magnetic. It is its own prime mover. It will self-start and continue to run, and as far as we know, we can say never stop.
No, that's not an accurate statement, because out of the hundreds, thousands of people that have tried to replicate this, to my knowledge, no one has gotten it to run on its own. Everybody that I've seen, they have to apply some form of power to it to get the rollers to start spinning. And once that power is taken off of the machine, the rollers do not continue to spin. And this is the sort of disinformation, misinformation, propaganda that people that promote John Searl, they say things as if they're a factual statement. And then you go, okay, let's see this thing start up on its own and continue to run. Even let's see it continue to run for a week with no power applied to it. And you can't get to that proof. You will never get to that proof, which is disappointing. Yeah.
The Searl effect is an effect based on magnetic fields that generate the continual motion of magnetized rollers around magnetized rings, producing electric energy.
The generator runs in harmony with nature. The law of the squares is harmony with nature.
But the Searl effect is a great deal more than a simple generator. In our polluted and energy-starved world,
Here we go again. And again, this is more or less a propaganda film for John Searl to collect investment money. Here we go again. This is the third time they have pitched the environmental, effects that this machine could have on the world. We don't have to burn fossil fuel. It's going to be great for the environment. We'll become energy independent.
It is the hope of all mankind that we find the solutions that lead us to both prosperity and harmony with nature. Is it possible to maintain mankind's industrial output and at the same time reduce the pollutants that are slowly killing planet Earth? Is there a way to increase the productivity of the human species as we rid ourselves of the poisons and recover the waters of this world?
Yeah, so sounds great. Forget about fossil fuels. We'll just use this magic magnetic free energy device, and everybody could have one in their house, and we could get rid of all the telephone poles and the power poles and nuclear power plants, coal-fired generators, and just we'll all have our own free energy device in our house.
If we're going to get the climate back to what we want, a lot of work got to be done. One thing is certain, you need energy. That's important. And it must be cheap as possible. Preferable, no pollution.
No noise, no heat, no vibration, no pollution. The Searle effect generator. The perfect machine.
As you build this, when you find out that it runs without friction, it runs without a governor, will accept any load and meet it. It will dive down in temperature at one point if you build it correctly and actually levitate and actually lift up.
If you build it correctly. Here is the out. This is the out used by John Searl and his supporters for decades now. Well, you must not have built it correctly. That's why you can't get it to float. That's why you can't get it to start on its own and run forever. That's why you can't get it to generate superconducting cold on its own. But again, there are tantalizing effects that this thing has that keep people interested in seeing if maybe, just maybe, they could get it to that point. But so far, to my knowledge, no one has been able to demonstrate this actually working, this actually floating, hovering, or generating free energy, or running on its own. But that's why it's so interesting to me, because basically this guy has been peddling this thing for 50 years, but somehow in 50 years, he hasn't been able to show us a working prototype. That is crazy to me. How does he keep this thing going? But he does.
It's off the Earth, developing its own gravitational field. When you see all these things and you realize that this is a perfect machine. It is an entity. It's the closest thing to a living thing that man can make.
Does John Searle have the answer? Is John Searle's invention the point of impact between the question, what if there is a machine that could save mankind, and the answer, the Searle effect generator?
People say, well, you...
Just to note that, like Victor Schauberger and people like, I guess, Hutchinson and a few others, there's always this sort of messiah complex that they have. These people that claim to invent these free energy devices, that they're going to save our planet, right? They're going to save us from pollution. They're going to save us, and it sounds good. Like, imagine if you didn't have to pay an electric bill every month. And if electricity was free, then we could all heat our homes with electricity too. So forget about paying your gas bill. We could all have free air conditioning. We could free cars. We could have electric powered cars with a tiny version of this generator in it that you would never need to fuel or recharge. Sounds great. Sounds great. And again, I found it a common theme that all or most of these so-called free energy gurus all have a sort of messiah complex about how they're going to save us all, save our planet from pollution, save us from having to work so much because energy will be free. So everything will drop in price, from the grocery stores to, your home heating expenses.
You can't do this. You're going to upset the entire world economy. The whole economy is based on oil, and it works, they're saying. Well, it works very well for the people who are running the economy, but not necessarily for everyone else.
Yes, and another common theme among these free energy gurus is the sort of claim that the oil industry is trying to, doesn't want people to know about this. Because if people if people all over the world knew that you didn't need oil, they would be out of business. And therefore, this evil sort of dark oil company, they go around buying up inventions and shelving them or paying people to stop their research. That's another common theme in the free energy sort of world. And also government cover-up or government taking control of people's patents. It's not that these devices don't actually work, it's that people don't want you to know that they really work. And this is a common theme.
Still maintain that it will not ruin the economy. It will be a very strong paradigm shift, much the same as the shift from horse and buggy to automobile.
Surely this point of impact would produce energy of its own, human energy, emotional energy, joy, relief, hope, wonder, or perhaps the darker side of human emotions, grief, hate, and jealousy.
All these years I've learnt one thing: you can't trust anyone with this technology. They've got to steal it.
Yes, John Searl, like Mr. Newman, we're going to be discussing the Newman motor as well, was incredibly, as I mentioned earlier, paranoid about keeping the exact specifications on how to make each of these parts in this machine secret. And it's only when you invest with him, usually a large amount of money, that he begins becoming less tight-lipped about the specifications of the machine.
And any worker seeing this and find out how it works could sell it to another company for millions.
Because this, too, is the Searl effect. Put simply, quantum mechanics is the study of the relationship between energy and matter. In particular, the relationship between electrons and photons, the area in which the actual Searl effect takes place.
It's photons. That's the role of grounding their energy to the coil. It is simply throwing photons out. That is what you see trapped in the magnetic field around it.
Yes, and just wanted to also mention that despite my pretty vigorous study of this machine and how it works, I have no idea how this thing is supposed to work. Sounds like a lot of word salad, quantum vacuum, to me, or to a few real physicists that I've asked.
Albert Einstein's contribution, E equals mc squared, made way for huge strides in science. Very soon, abstract mathematical proofs would replace ether theory as the best explanation of all things and their relativity. Others, like Nikola Tesla, would cling to the idea that energy was all around us and that we could access this energy and transport it through the atmosphere without the need for meters or utility companies. While the greatest minds of the 20th...
Here's another common theme. If you're going to be a free energy device inventor or promoter seeking investors, you always have to mention Nikola Tesla. Always. It's a common theme.
Century uncovered theories about how the universe works. Far beneath this lofty exchange, John Searl was...
And I find this piece of propaganda interesting because they're going to put John Searl right next to Albert Einstein and Nikola Tesla. If you want to, you can hear John Searl sort of lecture on general physics and how his machine works. I don't think he's in anywhere near the same league as these other two men. That's just my opinion. Seems to me that he has a high school level knowledge of real physics, and then he mixes in his own version of physics that is not scientifically provable or proven.
Dreaming.
I had dreams, and those dreams are the key to all the work which I do. In fact, they're the key to all my knowledge.
The Searl effect is developed from the law of the squares, and it is from these squares that John Searl developed his generator and flying discs. But he didn't stop there. Over the course of his life...
Here we see one of the large-scale flying discs that John Searl claims he put one of these engines in and it flew. In fact, there's famous pictures of it flying over his head.
Lifetime, John Searl's understanding of the squares would be used by him to explain all aspects of life in the universe, from DNA to relativity, from single-celled life to the human being, from transportation transportation to construction of buildings, the squares could be used to understand everything.
And yeah, the squares is kind of tantalizing. It's sort of like fractals. If you look into fractals and how everything in our world could be generated by fractals and the laws concerning the mathematical principles concerning fractals, the law of the squares, or the magic number squares, are very kind of interesting. And I could see how somebody could make that leap, but I think it's a leap.
When I took up my training as an apprentice electrical engineer, about the third day, I was presented a docket to take to the stores, and I saw this tube with a small tube above. I asked the foreman what that meant. He said, that's 2 squares. So I said, well, what is 2 squares? So he draws 2 by 2, show me 4 squares, 4. But you can take a square, if you run the numbers in normal, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, that is uniform in. But when you total them up, each row, each column, each diagonal, you'll find they add up different. Putting numbers in random, we come up with a uniform output. Every line, every column, the 2 diagonals come out precisely the same.
Random numbers in squares will produce a uniform total. John Searl would soon call this the law of the squares, nature's way of achieving order from chaos. This led to Searl's revelation. From those numbers, John Searl had the exact amount of each ingredient in the rollers and rings of his generator.
Now,
And here we get back to the exacting specifications. Everything in this roller, every piece of this thing has to be built to a certain exacting, measurement. And John Searl's claim is that if you were even a tiny little bit off, the machine would not work.
every 1 square represents a quantity of a material. And that's very important. This is precisely how I developed the SEG. So I copy nature in every way. I work at trying to think how nature's doing it, and then produce this object.
World War II had ended, brought about by the most devastating weapons ever conceived. The product of those lofty minds who 20 years earlier wondered what would happen if you hit a single atom hard enough. What kind of energy was stored in this tiny place? The answer, they thought, is the source of all energy in the universe. The practical answer was bang. In fact, the biggest bang mankind could ever devise.
Einstein opened the door a bit further. Like most people, they come up with a wonderful formula. Einstein did. And then he stops at that and says, there's no way you can get this massive energy out of an atom. The cost would be too high. It's not worth it. Then you see you get another person comes along and thinks about this. Oh, no, just pump it with a proton or neutron.
Some of the vocabulary, words like volts, ohms, amps, and watts. By 1946, John Searl had a different idea.
Yeah, so John Searl sort of piggybacks his idea onto the splitting of the atom. And his general, well, we'll get an explanation, but his general theory is instead of splitting the atom, we just pull protons off of it.
How could this energy be tapped without smashing the atom into bits? His idea was a completely new generator design.
We didn't call them solar-effect generators then, but we were just trying to produce a generator to run the house lights on, because I felt that the big generators at the power stations were a waste of money, would present to us vast pollution problems in the future. So the whole idea was to get something to produce electricity.
Basically, the design is a conventional generator as far as how it looks. You've got a magnet passing by a coil. And all generators of electricity are based on magnetics and coils. You can pass a coil by a magnet or a magnet by a coil, but that gives you your deflection in the electron flow and the force in one direction.
I already knew most of the fundamentals. What I was doing here was trying to get rid of the petrol engine or other devices to turn the generator. That was the objective.
The two.
Yeah, so his objective is a generator that requires no fuel. I'm still skeptical. I've yet to see this thing run without somebody applying some form of power to it, even the models that people make or try to make.
Two key issues are electrons and magnetic fields. John Searl understood the basic principles for generating electricity. He knew electricity was made up of electrons traveling down the wires into our homes.
To generate, you've got to have electrons for motion, create motion. That's why you go to the rare earth.
The primary component is a rare earth.
Yes, neodymium magnets. Neodymium magnets, for those that don't know, are the most powerful rare earth magnets. You know, they're ceramic magnets and other magnets that are, you know, they have an attractive force, but the attractive or repulsing force in a neodymium magnet is orders of magnitude more powerful than regular or cheap sort of ceramic magnets that you might have on your, you know, refrigerator, things like that.
Although it can be any of the rare earths, the component that we use is neodymium. That's element number 60 on the periodic chart. And that unit puts out an excess of electrons for some reason, and it will also replenish them very easily.
Rare earth.
This is scientific gobbledygook. There's no scientific evidence that rare earth magnets put out an excess of electrons. That's just my take on it. I could be wrong. I'm not a physicist, but I don't believe that's an accurate statement. But this is one of the things that the people promoting John Searl have said over and over and over again. And so far, no one's been able to show me any scientific literature that proves that that's an actual, real scientific phenomenon. And just another note, this is why it's tantalizing. People feel that attractive or repulsing force of a magnet and figure there's got to be a way to get this thing, get power out of the magnetic energy, right? That's the point of a lot of these magnetic generators.
It's the greatest weight of the whole materials that you're using. That has got to hold the mass of electrons.
John Searl's idea was to find a way to ease those spare electrons out of the structure and use them. Instead of smashing the atom into bits, why not tap this vast electron reservoir by using magnetic fields, same as any generator of that time?
So I say to myself, if you can release all the energy with a simple particle, surely we could ease it out gently by tunneling it in and giving it something to run up. So if we put a straight line, magnetic line, through, and the electron spins around, all this energy is spinning around and come out, we'll get a constant flow.
And again, his physics are not, let's just say his physics here that he is explaining is not conventional physics at all.
Tunneling into the atom using a specific magnetic field will cause the electrons to move in one direction, and they can be collected and used.
With production of electricity, you have two choices. You either rotate the magnetic field or you rotate the conductors. In our case, we rotate the magnetic flux. So as the roller rotates, it's also rotating around the base plate.
To make his generator work, John Searl had to overcome many problems. Most of these occurred with the shape and design of his magnets and in the behavior of their magnetic fields. How can you make a round magnet orbit another round magnet without stopping or flying off? He studied the behavior of a bar magnet and a round magnet.
There's something wrong with this. It's got a turning action on it.
It was tormenting me. That must be able to go straight. I placed on and it kept straight. And not only did it keep straight, it freely moved up and down. What happens if you make a ring?
He knew magnetic fields could be impressed or printed on certain materials using a magnetizer, a device.
I just want to back that up for a second to show you.
Straight. And not only did it keep straight, it freely moved up and down. What happens if you make a ring?
He knew magnetic fields could be impressed or printed on certain materials.
Okay, right here. So you see how somebody's hand is moving this magnet to make it spin around? The problem with this is you need that other magnet going back and forth to keep the magnet spinning. Therefore, in the absence of somebody's hand doing it, you would need an electric device that you would have to power to move these things around the ring. So the claim of this thing running on its own is completely and totally bunk. It cannot run on its own. Somebody has to stand there and move a magnet back and forth, or a magnet has to be put on some sort of electrical device to move it back and forth. And this is a perfect, a perfect display of that right here.
Materials using a magnetizer, a device common to shops and factories that use magnets.
Question that's a scientist is why, when 3 was on, they just run round and round. The picture here was there was 2 states involved here, and of course there is.
The 2 states referred to the 2 magnetic fields printed at right angles to each other. Both the roller and the plate had independent magnetic fields, one vertical and the other radial from the center to the rim.
Clearly, the magnetic field was completely different to the magnetic fields we knew of. For some reason, why they were different at the time, I had no idea.
The intersection.
And that's worthy of noting. You can get some interesting effects by using two magnetic fields that are, let's just say, orientated differently.
Of these 2 fields produces a wave that carries the roller around the ring, although this wave was unknown at the time the phenomenon was present.
So we got fields at right angles. That's why the whole thing moves. If you haven't got 2 fields, it won't move.
Now the 2 key issues for the production of electricity were present in a totally new generator design. The electrons were available in the rare earth material. The magnetic fields induced the roller to run on the plate.
We didn't even know what the field looked like till a few years ago in Germany when we remade a segment. I said, well, let's have a look at this field. And we dusted it with very fine iron dust, shook off the surface. Do you know what that looked like? A bicycle wheel. That is the field that makes this work. Any other field won't work. That field does it.
So we know that the magnetic field can be set to perform functions quite different to what we were taught in my day at school. And
this is another common theme that we see in these free energy guys. It's this belief that they understand magnetism better than a conventional physicist, or that they have some specific insight into magnetism that has been missed by general science or real physicists. Newman, several others, and John Searl all claim that they understand something about magnetism that the rest of science is missing.
I think we're only scratching the surface of magnetism.
Was this thing a generator? It created an extremely high voltage, but John Searl had no control over it whatsoever. With each experiment came a new set of questions.
My magnetism is not your magnetism.
Here we see that theme repeated again. He has some, different form of magnetism.
Could it be that general magnetism contains multiple bands, a magnetic spectrum, exactly the same as white light contains a spectrum of colors?
Magnetism is identical to light. In a way, that's how I look at it. They're identical, they're pairs.
John Searl used a combination of AC and DC current when magnetizing the components of his generator.
If we isolate a particular band we want and then print that, we have something different, we have a wave.
This is the Searl effect, the intersection of 2 magnetic fields creating a magnetic wave that can be measured and amplified. John Searl designed a generator using magnetic fields to induce a flow of electrons from a rare earth element through a system of rotating magnetized components so that those electrons would be collected, compressed, used, and recycled. Magnetic forces and electrons in motion, the 2 key issues.
All right, we're going to stop right here. Demonstration of LED lights receiving power from electrons emitted from ring and rollers. But here's the problem. The problem is that the power that they're putting in to make this thing spin versus the power that they're getting out to light these LEDs Yeah. How can I explain this better? They're putting more energy into the device to make these things spin than they're getting out to light these LEDs. Therefore, it's not generating free energy. In fact, it's operating at a deficit. In other words, they're putting 1 amp in and they're getting 0.1 amp out. That won't do anything for you. If you need 1 amp to generate 0.1 amp, then you're just wasting energy watching this thing spin. Will it light some LEDs or charge a battery? Yes, but you're always going to be putting in much more energy into the device than you are harvesting out. And that's my general problem with this thing so far.
Issues necessary for the production of electricity.
Yes, a condition that you can get a wave in a magnetic sense, like a wave, a sine wave, and they act as a river. Now they're stationary until reaction effects takes place, and to do that you have to set a cylinder on it, magnetized, and then that wave goes into motion.
Now the roller placed on that field, it floats. We know it cannot touch that, it's too dense with energy, so it'll float. So we got something floating there. Then if this wave is moved due to reaction between this plate, this roller and this plate, then that wave is going to carry that regardless. So the roller maintains still its constant height. Though it's now running many times faster, it does not fly off.
The magnetic field is holding the roller tightly to the plate. At the same time, the electrons moving through the layered elements are collected and compressed on the surface of the plate, lifting the roller and creating space between the roller and the plate.
So the roller flies round and doesn't roll round. As it moves, the field is being rewritten all the time. So the field never diminishes. It cannot diminish because a magnetic field is in constant running order.
The energy or electrons moving through the system recycle. The rare earth element attracts new electrons that also move through the system and recycle. Because of their negative charge, the electrons compress, causing the drop in temperature and creating the energy field that radiates from the generator.
And this is another claim that the device drops in temperature once it starts operating, therefore creating some sort of superconducting effect. And this has been, at least a drop in temperature has been demonstrated by experimenters trying to replicate this device. Not enough to create superconductive sort of temperatures, but enough that it's a measurable effect that it drops in temperature.
In 1956, I was soldering. I had to produce another unit, and this time we wasn't powering it up. I wanted to try to meter up things to see what the oscilloscope was showing me. And it was accidental that when I took the hot iron to solder the wire on, I couldn't solder it. Something from the machine was cooling things faster than you could heat them. That was accounting for some of the behavior of those early models. Counted for why, when I got a hold of it, I was stuck to it.
I just wanted to stop here and mention that he mentions building one of these devices in 1956. One of the problems I have with John Searl is if you created this device in 1956 and it worked, why can't you recreate it today in 2020 with all of the advances in machinery, in tools, 3D printing? Somehow he can't recreate the device, but he made them, the originals, in 1956. And the story goes something like the government stole them, from him. He was arrested for a short time, apparently for stealing power from the power company, but he claims no, it was his generator that was hooked up to his home powering it, when other reports from court even indicate that he basically stole wire, just hooked a wire up to the local power pole and stole his house power, which is an interesting part of his story.
John Searl created a generator design that became a superconductor, producing extreme cold and incredibly high voltage that caused it to lift off the ground. But could he control this flying disc generator?
One thing I didn't know was that gravity can be inversed. No scientist ever had come up with that idea.
Again, he's special. He has a special understanding of not only magnetism, but gravity now and how gravity can be reversed.
Clearly, the magnetic field was completely different to the magnetic fields we knew of.
The heavy rollers spinning as they rotate around the plates acted like a flywheel and caused a gyroscopic effect. The extremely high voltage created a dense field surrounding the generator, a device built with individually magnetized components.
I think it's interesting, too, that they're using this sort of toroidal effect. Yeah, the toroids,
Dense field surrounding the generator, a device built with individually magnetized components. Incorporating these principles displayed by the device, he christened it Gyro Flywheel High Energy Density Mechanical Magnetic Device, but it would soon be known as the levity disc.
You've got to put a load, resistance load, on the generator to speed it up. And once it starts, you get to about, on average, about 1 million volts. It begins to really build up a charge. Then this superconductivity switches in and the earth pushes it up. But it's also affecting the atmosphere above it. It is making it pull to the rim and rotate with a field. So you've got like a hurricane effort. It's sucking it up. There's a magnetic field. There's a gap, a vacuum between that.
Yeah, here we see an explanation of this effect, and it sounds great. And we're getting into the flying saucer portion of John Searl's story, which is incredibly interesting. We saw those, clips of people basically building a flying saucer, and he claimed that you could put this thing in the middle of the flying saucer and it would float.
And the rim, and it's the photons which is discharged, trapped by the magnetic field, which gives it the glow.
Basically, the Searl effect was meant to turn the ether, which is all around us, which contains energy, and tap into this energy, which has euphemistically now been known as 0-point energy. And various other people who followed Searl's footsteps have also potted around, and they've tapped into it by mistake.
I can understand why people would have difficulty in understanding it, because it does take a great deal of effort to make sense of it technically.
Fernando Morris, an electrical engineer and computer specialist, is...
Fernando Morris is now in business with Mr. John Searl. They have a company, and they're soliciting investors, trying to make these generators. And he's a very interesting character because he's a little more scientifically, let's just say classically scientifically trained as a computer scientist. But he is intensely interested in this Searl effect generator, so much so that he basically has dedicated his life to trying to make one work. And you've got to admire that kind of passion and that kind of intense interest in this subject.
Responsible for the most credible attempt to rebuild the Searl effect generator.
We have something here that needs to be investigated. And really, that's my role. I am a technical investigator of the SEG.
In his home laboratory workshop near San Diego, California, Morris is following the footsteps of John Searl. Personally guided by Searl himself, he is rebuilding the generator precisely as Searl did long ago. Morris developed the unit that reveals a magnetic sine wave in the Searl generator.
That's how I started off, is to try to build a magnetizer for it. And if I could develop this sine wave, which I'd never heard of before, I think we're onto something, and we can build upon that. Now that is proven, repeatable, and I've got the unit to do that. It's a process of magnetizing the rollers and the plate. And when you develop sine waves on it, in effect, you're developing a motor. And that's essential if it's going to be a viable device.
Yeah, so it's interesting that some of John Searl's claims about the device, how it works, and the effects that it has turn out to be absolutely true. There is a sort of wave magnetic field generated from these spinning rollers, and this has been proven.
That's exactly what I've been saying since 1946. There is a waveform in a magnetic domain on that metal. And the scientists say impossible.
After years of studying Searle's books, trying to decipher their meaning, and endless question and answer sessions with the man himself, what does he know that assures him Searle is right?
I'm going to release a piece of information here that I haven't shared before, and that is the law of squares. That's one of those question marks right now, is how does that come about? It took me a while to understand it, but what it is, it represents time, space, and energy. And what it says, it's in a random state. That's not useful energy. But what John has done, he has transposed that matrix so that the output is uniform. And within nature, uniformity means resonance. So if you can resonate that with random energy, you got yourself an electric current, because electrons are the only things that are free to move on metal. So what we got here is a converter of random energy into electrical current.
Yeah, a converter that apparently creates energy from nothing. And again, sounds good, but it violates every known law of physics if this thing truly works the way that in which John Searl describes it working. Could every scientist or most scientists be wrong and John Searl and a few others that support him be right? Sure, I leave open that possibility.
And that's the brilliance behind the machine here, is not only was John able to decipher his matrix, but he was able to make it into a workable device, and that's the SEG.
Morris's mock-up of the SEG needs an outside power source, just like Searle's original back in 1946.
As stated, no one so far has shown me one of these devices operating under its own power. They always have to apply power to it to get it to spin. And that, to me, is very disappointing. If this guy is a computer scientist, obviously he's very technically proficient, and he's got John Searl telling him exactly how to create the device, shouldn't he be able to show us it working without a power source? So far, no, he's not able to do that. He always has to apply power to it. But here we get into the, okay, well, if we apply power to it, we see some of the effects that John Searl talked about. And that, for some, is proof enough of the legitimacy of John Searl's research.
This unit does not contain the rare earth material and will not display the Searle effect. It was built to demonstrate Searle's contention that spinning magnets give off an electric charge as measured by the flashing LEDs. What will be the reaction if and when the Searle generator functions as the inventor assures it will?
I think the public will demand to know, why has this technology been ignored? Why have the experts failed to recognize it? John has a solution that is really the ultimate solution, because we're using energy that's already available in nature, and it's benign. I think we have a wonderful opportunity here.
I just want to stop it here for a moment just to mention that if you move magnets past a coil, no matter how you do it, the magnets moving past that coil will generate some electricity. So for them to make these claims is pretty suspect, because they're powering a device to move magnets around in a circle, and then they put a device there with a coil on it and some LEDs to prove that it's generating electricity. But again, they're putting in more energy to spin the device than they're getting out from this small coil device with the LEDs. It seems to me to be almost like a magic trick. Like, see, it's generating power. Yeah, and if you were to spin those magnets around with your hand and put that device there with the coil and the LEDs, it would light up the LEDs. It doesn't prove anything about these more fantastical claims of John Searl.
It's a shame it hasn't been taken advantage of. I mean, John has been struggling to get this technology out for years.
John A. Thomas Jr. wrote a book about Searl, then formed a corporation with him in 1996, DISC, Direct International Science Consortium, for the purpose of rebuilding the Searl generator. Thomas's study of the Searl effect has convinced him beyond any doubt that Searl is telling the truth.
And the United States has not heard of Professor Searl. They don't know who in the hell he is.
Yeah, and as I mentioned previously, this gentleman has a business relation. This gentleman that is making factual statements as if they are factual, like John Searl is the only person that's ever produced a zero-point energy device, has a business relationship with him. He's written a book on him. So he just can't be trusted to tell us factual information if he has a vested financial interest in making people believe that this is true, possible, or a reality. He's selling a book, and he's got a company where they're, trying to get people to invest so that they can create these generators, which, by the way, John Searl created all by himself in 1954, the first ones, using a machine shop at his job, which I believe he worked for an English electric company. So in 1954, by himself, just using some, common machine shop tools and components, he was able to create these devices. And yet 50 years later, after creating multiple companies, taking tons of investment capital, all the advancements in tools, 3D printing, electronics, computers, he can't recreate them with all that help. That to me is very suspect.
The people of this world have been offered this technology in a refined form that's usable since the early 50s. And it was their right to have it. And it's been taken away from them by the media and by the power companies and by the people who are running this economic society. And we have been told that we cannot have this and it can't exist. Yeah, we could be living in a new world today that we should have had 25 years ago.
John, does this sound familiar? This is the same sort of speech given by UFO people. We have crashed recovered flying saucers, and we could have had free energy as early as 1947 or 1948, and they're holding this technology back from us. It's a big grand conspiracy, and we could be living in a whole new age right now. And this is, again, a common theme in the free energy sort of community. It's all cover up. They don't want us to have this. It's all secret technology that they want to keep secret from the masses so that they can keep robbing us every month for oil and gasoline.
John Searl has since reformed the Spectral International Space Research Consortium, or SISRC, an offshoot of his earlier organization. The Searl effect generator represents a fork in the road of scientific development that was abandoned nearly a century ago when ether theory became a relic of the past.
The trouble is, we're confronted by a brick wall called the expert scientific world. If they haven't done it or cannot do it, it's impossible to do. All these years, 1964, we were at a peak, we were demonstrating, and still the scientists say it's impossible to do. Really? Well, we're going to show you. They're wrong. And they have held up this technology since 1946 to today.
Perhaps it's easier to believe that Searl's technology does not exist.
Yeah, I think it is easier to believe it. It would be easier to believe that Mr. Searl's technology does exist if you can show us a working prototype. And again, this is the problem that I've always had with John Searl. I love this story. I'm a computer and electronics nerd, right? And I spent some time myself trying to build some of these weird devices that I got plans for on eBay. And yeah, I would love it if this was real. But the problem I keep coming back to is if you say you had working models, where are they? And if you say you could build this in 1956, why can't you just build another one? The government stole the originals from him or something like that. Okay, so build it again. And he's got expert help in the form of computer scientists, physicists, electromechanical engineers. There are people all over the internet trying to make this thing work. Look it up on YouTube. There is thousands and thousands of videos of experimenters building models of it or trying to build a working version of it. Some people become obsessed with this thing and are convinced that it will work. But if he already had it working, why are all these people spending all this time and not getting a working model?
The Searle effect generator at first look seems to violate known physical laws. Energy must come from somewhere. John says he found it in the rare earth material. Could it be that simple? Searle speaks his own language, a combination of known physics and terms he created to describe his invention. Numbers in squares told Searle that nature has a way of creating order out of chaos. Does the Searle effect generator convert random energy into usable electricity? When his generator is overloaded, it affects gravity and flies.
Again, this is made as a factual statement. When his generator is overloaded, it creates an anti-gravity effect. That has never been demonstrated. We have some pictures of supposed flying saucers that were flying over his head. He claims that he created flying saucers that flew using this generator, but we don't have any proof other than some grainy photos from the late 50s.
Says he gave it a body and let it fly. What is the truth? German philosopher Arthur Schopenhauer was once quoted as saying, "All truth passes through 3 stages. First, it is ridiculed. Second, it is violently opposed. Third, it is accepted as being self-evident." Could it be that John Searle's technology is passing through Schopenhauer's 3 phases of truth? The movement toward alternative energy sources is worldwide and essential. The promise of a working Searle effect generator represents a paradigm shift and a renewed hope for all life on Earth.
So there we have it, friends, which I think this is an excellent video, but only if you have someone that's knowledgeable about this subject commenting every so often, as we did tonight, because they make a lot of statements that they make these statements as if they're factual. And it's important, like I said, to have someone who I looked into this thing, never tried to build one myself because I knew somebody that did. And the guy that I knew that did try to build this actually built the models. Some of the models that we saw in this documentary were built by Jeffrey Miller. I mentioned him in the beginning of our presentation, and I have to say that for purposes of full disclosure, I reached out to Mr. Miller to try to get an interview about the Searle effect generator. However, I reached out to him 3 or 4 times, and Mr. Miller is sort of, I would describe him sort of as like the absent-minded professor, right? Or something like that. Like he is a sort of a unique character, totally focused on science and his work. And he, for a month at a time, will not check his email. Eventually, I'm hopeful that he'll get back to me and we can reconnect. I really enjoyed talking to him a few years ago about both the Searle effect generator and many of these free energy devices. Jeffrey Miller is well known in the fringe or 0-point energy community, had a big lab outside of Philadelphia, got to know him a little bit. I think he's an amazing character because he basically was obsessed with these free energy devices and built all of them. He's got this warehouse, which we're gonna take a look at, where he has tried to recreate virtually all of the major of these free energy devices to see if any of them worked. He's created his own energy devices with varying results. But the important thing to know about Jeffrey Miller is that Jeffrey Miller made some of these models that you saw in this sort of mini documentary that we just witnessed. And Jeffrey Miller came away from his personal interactions with Mr. Searle believing that he was nothing more than a con man who was always trying to solicit donations and money from people for his research. And Jeffrey Miller having had a life of experience in electrical engineering and building many, many different things. He's an impressive person that I trust his judgment. He came away saying, it can't work, it won't work. John Searl can't explain to me how to make it work. I was going to build it exactly how Searl wanted it. Whatever he wanted, I had the tools, the machining, the materials. I could get any material that he wants. He couldn't explain to me why I followed his instructions exactly and to the letter, and it didn't work as described. So Jeffrey Miller sort of became obsessed with talking to John Searl, going, okay, like, why is this not working? And basically, Jeffrey Miller told me, and this is a secondhand account, take from it what you will, but I'm relaying my conversation with Jeffrey Miller and his personal experience with John Searl, was that John Searl simply made a great deal of excuses for why the machine wouldn't work anywhere near to the level or capability that John Searl describes. Jeffrey Miller was all hands on deck. He said, I was going to dedicate months of my life, a year of my life, to make this thing work. All we got was a model that when you applied power to it, the rollers would spin. But Jeffrey Miller basically said it didn't do anything. It just spun these magnets around a thing, and it looks cool, but does it generate any useful power? No. It always takes more energy input to spin the rollers than you could get out of it. So therefore, there is no free energy out of the device. I'm going to cite fair use once again, and we're going to just quickly see some of Mr. Miller's free energy lab. I consider him a trusted source on all of these things. And I know all I can say is, having spoken to him a bunch of times, I really admired and respected him. I got to know him a little bit as I was building crystal batteries. You can look those up. And that's another form of free energy that people experiment with. Of all these things, I tried playing with magnetic sort of based devices to generate energy. And other than building like what would be a high school science project standard electrical generator, crank generator, nothing worked with these so-called magnetic generators, magnetic free energy generators. And then I got into crystal batteries, which were at least tantalizing because you could measure that it was generating a very tiny amount of power, but that it would do so for a year, 2 years at a time without any energy input. Those fascinated me. I talked a lot to Mr. Miller about the crystal batteries. We did have some plans that I was going to visit and visit his lab and shop, and it just sort of never happened. I was beginning to get ready to move at that point. So this is about 2 years ago. But I hope to reconnect with him. Fascinating guy, and he could certainly be our guide into, I want to get him on the show if possible. It would be a great interview, and he can sort of be our guide into these free energy devices, and free energy claims. But let's share this. This is a sort of a tour of Mr. Miller's, and he's from, again, Energy Bat Labs. And I just got to say, for like the geek in me, this is like geek porn. This is like electronics geek porn to the maximum. He's got this huge warehouse, and it's just filled with all kinds of science, tech toys, electrical devices, generators. It's amazing. Oh, let me do that one more time. I always do that with the audio. 1 second, friends. So this is another energy experimenter that has been invited to spend the day here and see Mr. Miller's lab and warehouse.
Excited, James?
Oh, yes.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, this is amazing.
So I just asked Jeff if those are speakers that you're looking at, and he said yes. You want to hear them?
What's today? Friday or Saturday?
Saturday.
Okay.
I mentioned the absent-minded professor. You see here, he had to ask somebody what day it was. He doesn't even know. As I got to know Mr. Miller, you know, he's quirky. Like, he doesn't know what day it is. He doesn't return emails for a month at a time. He's just one of those guys that's like always just laser sharp, focused in on whatever he's experimenting with or working on. And imagine this, he's got an entire warehouse full of these devices. And just a moment, I want to cite fair use. We're educating the public about free energy devices and some of the unique characters involved in free energy device. And Mr. Miller from Energy Vat Labs is one of those people, and he had some firsthand knowledge and experience of John Searl, which is why we're discussing him. So this is fair use. We're going to pass forward past that because I don't want to get a copyright strike over music.
So what we have is you have a primary battery, you have a switch, you have the battery board, the rotating battery board. You've got the charging unit under there, the charging switch. You've got 6 relays. You've got 3 batteries: A battery, B battery, C battery. You've got an inverter. So all you do to run the system is you go ahead and you turn on one switch, it engages everything. And you turn on the second switch. So this light right here is activating battery number 2 right now. We turn that on, we hit a third switch, that goes ahead and turns everything, all the juice onto the actual inverter. We hit. So
here he is basically demonstrating just one of the hundreds of devices in his lab.
The inverter on, and then we hit the switch for the actual inverter, which is now powering the load. So as it sits right now, that thing is running, the whole system's running perfectly. And then what happens is, if I choose to charge the other battery, then I turn on that last switch and that does the charging effect. So then 3 batteries start rotating once the load goes down on one of the batteries. And so on the inside charging board, you have.
We're just going to fast forward past this.
Again, we've got the relays.
Here's another energy device of his.
Power charging board in here. And we're putting together another relay board that goes in here. And then what we do is we hook all these wires up to this whole system. And then we run the whole lab off of the system here.
And this is one of the 5.
That's one of the 5 major ones that we're going to be doing. Yes.
So apparently he's running his whole lab off of that one box. And here's a quantum energy generator. You gotta put the word quantum in there.
What are you doing, Jeff?
He's making terminals.
Making terminals.
To tie all those capacitors together.
Well, I guess this is enough of this, friends. I just wanted to demonstrate that I trust this man's judgment about the Searl effect generator because he's spent a lifetime experimenting with these devices. Doesn't believe that the Searl effect generator can actually work, even if you have John Searl himself advising you on how exactly to build it. So we're going to stop that. 1 second, friends. And now I will devote my full attention to the live chat. This will be, so that's basically, oh wait, I had one more thing that I wanted to share. And that was from Wikipedia. I'm going to cite fair use. We're going to share the screen because there's some interesting little tidbit of information in this little wiki article that I think is very relevant to John Searl's claims of having built flying saucers that flew and flying saucer engines. Okay. John Roy Robert Searle is a British inventor from Wantage, England. Searle claimed that between 1946 and 1956, he designed and constructed a device known as the Searle effect generator, variously claimed to be an anti-gravity and perpetual motion device. There is no evidence that these claims are accurate, and the evidence of perpetual motion machines is, in principle, ruled out by the first law of thermodynamics. Searle was an apprentice employee of B.R. Rewinds in Gray's Inn Road, London. There he gained permission to use the company's facilities and technical resources to make the device. He claims that in December 1946, with all of the magnetic components manufactured to his specifications, he assembled the generator in his residence at 30 Cawley Road in London, UK. The initial prototypes worked to produce electricity, but it generated unexpectedly extremely high voltage along with graviomagnetism, following which the initial devices were dramatically lost during testing due to strong anti-gravity effect. Yes, just like Richard Schauberger, he claimed that the device, while in his shop, flew off the workbench and busted through the roof. This is an exact claim made by Victor Schauberger previous to him, which leads me to believe that he may have heard of that and folded that into his own story. There is no independent verification of these claims. Searle was convicted of stealing electricity by bypassing his electricity meter and damaging the property of the electricity company. And one might ask, if a guy had a free energy device, why he would be stealing electricity from the power company. He then engaged in a vendetta against the electricity company. Searle has since claimed that he and his colleagues subsequently built over 50 versions of his levity disk of various sizes, and he learned how to control them. He claims that prosecution by the authorities resulted in wrongful imprisonment and the destruction of most of his work. Yes, I've heard him claim that he got arrested for stealing power from the power company. They put him in jail, and then the government, or sort of the men in black, came in and stole everything, his notes, his tools, his working generators. And ever since then, and that happened, I believe, in 1956. And ever since then, he's been trying to recreate working versions of his device. Okay. His claim that in the early 1970s, one of his craft flew around the world several times without being detected does nothing to enhance his credibility. In 1991, Anders Herford investigated the claims of Searle concerning devices that Searle claimed to have shown, as well as verifying claimed witness reports. None of these claims could be verified. Further, Gunnar Sandberg has never seen any of the effects described. Sandberg is reporting through Hereford. Okay, so the reporter found a son of Searle who had seen discs being suspended from wires so that they could be photographed, but who hadn't seen any demonstration of anti-gravity or free energy. So there we have a good source in the form of John Searle's son saying that they were hanging these flying saucers up with wires, but he never saw them fly. I don't know about you, but I have two sons. So if I build a flying saucer, I think one of the first things that I would do is show my sons my flying saucer flying. According to several good reports, John Searle's son said he never saw the thing fly. He only saw them suspended by wires. So since 1956, John Searle has continued to solicit investor donations, investor capital, investment capital, whatever you want to call it. He's been out there collecting money for this thing for 50 years to show us a working prototype. And so far, he has not been able to show us any working prototype. So I don't want to call bullshit on this one too soon, and we may do a part 2 because there is, I'm sorry, it's a lot to unpack, but there is a whole bunch of experimenters on YouTube that are worthy of looking into, and they can show some of the effects that John Searle described, like a reduction in temperature, or, various strange magnetic anomalies or fields being generated by the device. However, a working prototype. And I don't think that if he's collecting money to make this thing a reality again for 50 plus years, I don't think that it's too much to ask to say, okay, John Searl, sounds great. Show us it working. Show us a flying saucer flying with this thing as its engine. Show us this thing generating power. Show us even the claims of it moving on its own without any fuel source have never been proven. So while I'm hopeful and there is some tantalizing effects from this machine that keep me interested, every once in a while, I check in with some of the people on YouTube that are trying to build one of these. I even considered trying to build one myself until I talked to this Mr. Miller from Energy Bat Labs, who, got to speak to John Searl many, many times and build models for him and was never able to crack the code of this thing. So I kind of went, that Mr. Miller is much smarter than me. I don't want to waste my time for a year trying to build something that is a fantasy land device that will never work. But apparently Mr. Miller put in a long time, months, trying to, speak back and forth to John Searl, get one to work. And for a time, he was excited by some of the tantalizing things that he was seeing while building this device. But eventually came to the conclusion that John Searl was sort of a common con man just looking for free money from people and would never produce a working prototype. That was what he told me several years ago, and true to his prediction so far, there is still not a working prototype. There are several companies working on one. I believe there's a company in China, there's a company in Russia, and a company in the UK, and one in the United States. That's at least 4 people generating some sort of business, taking investment capital from people to try to recreate this device. If this man is a hoaxer and a con artist, then he's done an incredibly great job, because there are literally thousands of people all around the globe trying to build some of these things, trying to build one. But so far, no one can show us a working prototype. And that's both sad and disappointing to me. I'd love to live in a world where this is possible and I could just have some suitcase-sized thing made out of magnets, powering my entire house or powering my car or powering my cabin. I would love it if this was real. Greetings and salutations, old friends and hopefully some new friends. We are once again broadcasting live from the Apocalypse Cabin, and we are continuing our series on free energy, both free energy devices and the characters in that subculture who have created some of these so-called free energy devices. For those that are unaware, all over the world, there are hundreds, thousands, maybe tens of thousands of experimenters, tinkerers, and dreamers attempting to create a machine that can create free energy. Most of these machines involve magnets or crystals. All of them rely on what most would call fringe science. I studied many of these devices, having a fascination with electronics and electricity from a young age. I was that kind of kid that was building AM/FM radios and playing with electronics parts that I would basically steal out of stuff I picked out of the trash. Yeah, I was that kid. Like, if there was a broken TV when I was a kid near my house, I would carry it home. And then I would get a desoldering bulb and iron out and pull any useful components out of it. Capacitors, resistors. I would pull chips out of these things and try to figure out what the chips did, having no idea, really. But most of my life, I have been involved. Later, I got into computers, of course, and my point being that I was just an early experimenter, I guess, with electronics and electricity in general, something that's always fascinated me. So when I found or discovered that people were trying to create energy from nothing, or from magnets, or from crystals, this fascinated me. And for a time, I experimented with these things myself, never finding much success, but I suppose learning some things along the way. So far, we have covered Victor Schauberger's Repulsion engine, which was reported to be both a UFO propulsion device and a free energy device. But sadly, the proof that the thing actually worked is not to be found. Next, we covered John Searl and the SEG, the Searl effect generator, which was another device, coincidentally, or maybe not so coincidentally, which was supposed to be both a propulsion device and a free energy device using magnets and rollers and coils. The proof for the Searl effect generator, after 50 years of him making pretty remarkable claims, pretty out there claims about its capabilities and what it could do, is still not yet to be found. No one can show anyone a working model. And if you were to search on YouTube, you would find hundreds, maybe thousands of videos on people trying to replicate the Searl effect generator. Likewise, tonight, our subject is Joseph Newman and the Newman motor or Newman engine. And again, if you search YouTube, you will find hundreds, maybe thousands of people trying to build Mr. Newman, Joseph Newman's Newman motor, to create their own free energy source. The Newman motor is perhaps my favorite because some people have claimed to make it work. Not only that, but Mr. Newman was probably the only person who has ever created a free energy device that literally took on the U.S. Patent Office. He spent, I believe I've heard, hundreds of thousands of dollars fighting the U.S. Patent Office, trying to prove to them that the machine indeed worked. There is an amazing documentary about this man, which I highly recommend to anybody interested at all in this subject. And that documentary is simply called Newman. But before we get, I'm going to share the trailer from that film. It's on both Netflix, Hulu, a few other sites, and also you can watch it for free with ads on YouTube. Just look up Newman, N-E-W-M-A-N, the film. So a bit more about Mr. Joseph Newman. I'm just going to be reading from the Wikipedia article. Joseph Newman was born July 2nd, 1936, and died March 6th, 2015. He was an American inventor and author who claimed to have developed an energy machine deemed by the U.S. Patent and Trademark Office to be a perpetual motion machine. He described this device in a book, The Energy Machine of Joseph Newman. Newman alleged that he had a mechanical explanation for Albert Einstein's unified field theory of physics. After applying for patents on the perpetual motion motor, he battled for over 7 years against what he claimed was a government conspiracy to suppress his supposed discoveries, garnering national attention as a result. Mr. Newman, besides being a prolific inventor, it should be noted that he actually invented many different things before the motor and was quite, some would say, he had a lot of money from real inventions and patents that he held. But he spent the bulk of his life after these initial inventions and making a lot of money, concentrating almost solely on his Newman motor, this device. After Newman graduated from Baker High School in Mobile, Alabama, he joined the U.S. Air Force in 1955 to serve as an expediter and was stationed at Ramey Air Force Base in Puerto Rico, where he witnessed Hurricane Betsy devastate the island in 1956. The aftermath of that hurricane prompted Newman to make a pledge to God that he would devote the rest of his life to help humanity. And I have to say, Joseph Newman was an interesting character, and he truly, like, I believe that he believed this thing worked and could change the world, and he wanted to give it to the world. Newman attended the University of Alabama, enrolling in economics and accounting courses. He left college after acquiring interest in inventing, and not long after was awarded patents for the first plastic barbells. If you've ever seen a workout set where the barbells were made of plastic and filled with either water or sand, that was a Joseph Newman invention. After selling his barbell business, he had capital to buy science books and began to study energy, electrical engineering, physics, and electromagnets. It's interesting to note that Joseph Newman, like many of these characters, was mostly a self-taught electronics person. He did not have formal training in either electronics, physics, or electromagnetics. Okay, so Joseph Newman applied for a patent on his energy machine first in 1979, and it was rejected by the U.S. Patent and Trademark Office as a perpetual motion machine. Just a side note for those that are not aware, if you try to patent a perpetual motion machine, or what the U.S. Patent Office terms or claims or decides is a perpetual motion machine, you won't get it because obviously the laws of physics make perpetual motion machines impossible according to standard science. So from 1979 to 1986, he filed numerous lawsuits against the Patent Office to force the award of the patent. The Federal District Court ordered the machine turned over to the National Bureau of Standards for testing. The NBS also admitted the order to test was unusual, saying it's very unusual for us to be testing something for a patent. And yes, for those that don't know, there are an incredible amount of patents that people have been awarded, from anti-gravity devices to free energy devices to all kinds of machines. And the patent office never asks for proof that it works. They just see if it's already been patented and generally issue you a patent. This is some of the basically fuckery that we're seeing from idiots like David Wilcock, promoting that the free energy patents and the UFO propulsion system patents of that gentleman from the Navy, claiming they're real. No. You don't have to prove that your anti-gravity device really works to be issued a patent. But in the case of Joseph Newman, it was extremely unusual that they said, okay, well, we have to have this machine tested by the National Standards Institute. So the Federal District Court ordered the machine turned over to the National Bureau of Standards for testing. It's very unusual for us to be testing something for a patent, Matthew Heyman, the Bureau spokesman, said. I'm not aware of us ever having been involved in a patent case before. So this broke new ground, Newman's machine. Newman persuaded 7 members of Congress to sponsor private bills on his behalf that would order the patent office to grant him a patent. And again, for those unaware, unless you've got a ton of money, you can't even get 7 members of Congress to speak to you. So I have a feeling that he put out a huge amount of money to get the support of these congressmen. And he wanted them to force the patent office to give him a patent. The NBS eventually concluded that Newman's machine did not reach or exceed 100% efficiency as Newman claimed, and declared the patent was unrewardable. And there was a lot of controversy surrounding the testing. According to Mr. Newman, they did not run the machine correctly so that it could be tested. It's also important to note that unlike a lot of free energy crackpots making ridiculous claims, there was an incredible amount of well-known scientists, physicists, electronics engineers that were 100% behind Mr. Newman's machine as saying that it worked. Throughout his life, he would if somebody was an electrical engineer, he would let them right into his shop, show them the machine working, let them get their test equipment out, and prove to a lot of scientists' satisfaction that the machine indeed worked. This, my friends, is what is so incredibly tantalizing to me about Mr. Newman, as opposed to many of these other less than scrupulous individuals. Mr. Newman had a bunch of scientists on his side that said, I don't understand why it works, but I got my test equipment out and this machine works. In 1989, Newman claimed, while already married, to have married his secretary and her 8-year-old daughter acting on orders from God. The daughter was removed from his home by the authorities. In 1987, he announced a run for the American presidency, claiming that God had instructed him to run in order that the extinction in humanity by 1999 might be averted, and that Nostradamus had predicted his existence. Yes, strange. So then the documentary, John Fox directed a 2015 documentary film about Newman entitled simply Newman. It provides background on Newman's childhood, his struggles to obtain a patent, and the interviews with Newman in 2014, shortly before his death. So Mr. Newman was quite an interesting character. I highly recommend this film. We are going to play the trailer for the film. We're going to cite fair use. I'm encouraging people to view the film. I think it's one of the best documentaries I've seen in years. I highly recommend it. Yeah, and we have a bunch of comments from the live chat. We're only going to have a very short presentation tonight, and then I will definitely devote some attention to the live chat. Let's just get through a few things here. I want to share the trailer for the film. Okay. All right. And again, fair use. This is a transformative work. We're educating the public about free energy devices and some of their inventors, including the subject of our show tonight, Mr. Joseph Newman. So this is the trailer for the Newman film. Let me see. We can't get this thing
machine
working.
Runs on its own energy.
Oh, 1 second, friends. Why am I having issues with this? Okay. Let's try and back that up. Sorry about that, friends. I have no tab. Why don't I have a tab? All right, we're just going to play it small. That's fine. Or I can big it now. There. Yeah, so as we could see, he was a pretty interesting character. I think, like, first of all, he was very intelligent, very well spoken, and very charismatic. He knew how to work a room. When the patent office refused to give him a patent, he held press conferences. Hundreds of people showed up, and he ripped the United States government a new asshole, and people cheered him on for doing that. A lot of people are distrustful of the government, think the government is corrupt. Joseph Newman pushed the American government like no other inventor ever had. To his dying day, he swore that the machine worked. And it's kind of a sad ending to his story, because in the documentary we see he basically had a version of the machine in a public storage garage. And he would bring people to the public storage garage. Small groups of people would show up to see him demonstrate the machine work. At the end of the documentary, we see that he found some investors that wanted to make the machine. And he was somewhat paranoid that people were trying to steal his invention and this and that. And if you watch the film, it's kind of a sad ending for such a charismatic and interesting character. I was sad to hear that he died. I didn't know that he died. I had followed the Newman motor years ago. And my father once showed me a Popular Science article. My father was real big into science and aviation. And there was an article on Joseph Newman and the Newman motor in an issue of Popular Science, or maybe it was Popular Mechanics. A little foggy on the details. That was 20 years ago. That's when I first started reading about it, looking into it. I have read his book. I've never tried to duplicate the machine myself. Someday, I hope that I will. I have just a few more things to share. I wanted to, just for historical significance, there's a clip that shows, he was basically on national media at the time, including Johnny Carson's show. And I think that's worthy of sharing. We're going to, again, cite fair use. This is a transformative work. We're educating the public about these free energy devices and the characters who invent them, like tonight's subject, Mr. Joseph Newman. Okay, 1 second, friends. Again, this is fair use. All right, and this clip is a bunch of different clips from basically Mr. Newman's history, and I thought it's interesting and historically significant.
Because of your theory, several laws of physics may need to be re-examined. And then Dr. E.L. Moraine, one of the men involved in the making of the atomic bomb, wrote, "Your project will lead to developments that would be beneficial to all mankind."
And Joseph Newman's work has been featured on national television and in hundreds of newspapers and magazines throughout the country.
He was good at getting publicity.
What's the answer to the energy crisis? Suppose a fellow told you the answer was in a machine he has developed. Before you scoff, take a look with Bruce Hall.
In the backwoods of Mississippi, a mile down this dirt road, past the keep out and no trespassing signs, is the workshop of Joe Newman, a brilliant, self-educated inventor who says he has developed a machine that could solve the energy crisis.
Now back to Take Two on CNN.
What if someone invented a machine that would make the gasoline engine obsolete? What if someone invented a machine that produced more energy than it used? And that energy is cheap, non-polluting, and safe. That person would probably be hailed as the greatest scientist since Einstein, with a discovery as important as electricity and as revolutionary as the wheel. Joseph Wesley Newman claims to have invented just such a machine. He says that his energy machine could power every American home, farm, business, automobile, and appliance with electricity at a fraction of the present cost. More than 30 scientists and technicians have tested the energy machine, and they agree it works. Well,
30 scientists.
First of all, if you can tell stupid people like me as sort of how this machine works.
Okay, Dave, it's basically is that you're not creating anything. You're simply utilizing energy that prior to this time hasn't been understood. It took us several thousand years to ever put a water wheel in moving water. And basically what I'm doing is utilizing the energy in the magnetic field that consists of matter in motion, exactly like a moving river does.
We are back. Well, would you welcome, please?
Here's the Johnny Carson. Again, fair use. Johnny Carson. Don't copyright strike me.
Nice to meet you.
I appreciate you having me.
Do you think your machine, if it can be commercially made available, can, for example, a person would buy a 300 or 400 pound unit and all of a sudden would be able to produce all of the energy they need for their home? Is that certainly within the realm of possibility?
Exactly. I have absolutely no doubt about it. That such a device hooked to a home, a person will never have to pay for energy again. The device will be made small as to put in an automobile, plane, spacecraft, you name it. This device.
Using the atoms from the magnetic field.
And what you're doing is that you're converting mass into energy on a 100% conversion process. That's one of the first prototypes, and that's a 700-pound magnetic rotor, and it's got about 8,000 pounds of wire around it. That's gone down. That unit there weighs 135 pounds, and they showed that at the Hilton in New Orleans. There was approximately 2,500 people attended, 1,000 people outside, another 1,500 standing to get in. And it would demonstrate something like 25 times more out than externally inputted into the system.
You get more wattage out of that than
what you'd put in. In fact, Railback Battery Company is working with me now trying to design a battery to hold up to this recharging effect of this system. Because not only will it run the device, it'll put more energy back into the battery pack than came out of it.
So you could, that's fascinating. Tell you what, we could stay here all night.
But there's a major stumbling block in getting this device to the public. The inventor can't let private industry have the machine until the patent is granted, but obtaining the patent seems to be almost impossible. Examples. December 1981, following the patent application, Joe Newman calls the patent office to talk with an examiner. He is told they don't want to talk to him. Newman protests to his congressman, and a meeting between the inventor and patent officers is arranged in Washington. But on January 6, 1982, Joe Newman receives a letter that says his patent has been totally denied. a hidden energy device is suspected. But the scheduled meeting on January 27th is held nevertheless, at which time the examiner told Mr. Newman,
I don't think I'll ever be able to give you a patent, no matter what evidence you present to me.
the reason for that statement? Patent examiners felt that what Joe Newman claimed was impossible. On March 13th, after more protests from the inventor, another meeting was convened. This time, he was told they believed there was no hidden energy device and added that they actually believed the machine worked. But now, they feel his technical description of his invention is inadequate.
And then I asked him a second time, in fact. I said, you're saying that you agree that the energy out is greater than the energy in? He said, Mr. Newman, you say that it does. We looked at the facts. We believe you.
Mr. Newman then protested to the Patent Office's Board of Appeals. A meeting is set for September 30th, 1982. Incredibly, at that meeting, Joe Newman is told the description of his invention is now adequate, but...
Then they went back and started saying, we don't think that the device is now operable. Now, and also at the time of this meeting, they gave me 2 minutes at the very end of the discussion that they allowed me to get up and try to discuss at that time it was 17 years of work.
Yeah, so Mr. Newman fought the patent office for at least 7 years. Some say more, because he continued even after being denied completely, spending hundreds of thousands of dollars on lawyers, testing equipment to try to prove that the machine worked. The patent office continually rebuffed his attempts.
In 2 minutes.
So in little less than a year, the U.S. Patent Office has told the man who just may have an amazing machine, number one, they didn't want to talk with him. Number two, they will never give him a patent. Number three, the invention has a hidden energy device. Number four, there is no hidden energy device. Your invention works, but your description of the invention is inadequate. And finally, your description is adequate. Your invention does not work. And now 31 people with scientific backgrounds have signed legal documents swearing to the machine's validity.
Yeah, so there we go, friends. I wasn't aware of the number. Apparently, he had 31 different scientists that were willing to put their own reputations on the line, saying that the machine actually worked. And I think it's very interesting that the patent office kept coming up with different stories. First, they admitted the machine worked, but his technical description of how it worked was inadequate. Then they said, okay, your technical description is adequate, but we don't believe the machine works. The patent office claimed at one point that he was using some kind of hidden device to produce the effects. They never proved that. To this day, they've never proven that he was hiding something inside the machine. They had versions of the machine available to test for them. And if they had a version of the machine, they should be able to find, if he's using some sort of trickery, right? They never did. I have just one more thing to share. And this is kind of a longer video, but we're going to share some of this. Again, citing fair use. This is a transformative work. We're educating the public about Mr. Joseph Newman and free energy devices. This is a later video, so we get to see him later in his life. I believe this is taken at the public. He literally had the machine stored in a public storage warehouse where he would go and work on it, demonstrate it to people. Again, citing fair use. 1 second, friends. And this video is titled Joseph Newman Perpetual Motion Proved. Yeah, so the remarkable fact is at the end of each test run, the batteries all had higher voltage than they did at the beginning of the run. And Mr. Newman's machine would commonly be called an over-unity device, meaning he did have to input a certain amount of power to it, but he claimed that the machine put out 125% of the power inputted to it. In other words, if he put 1 amp into the machine, he would get out 1.25 amps, and the additional 25% would be the free energy.
I'm Joseph Newman, and what you're fixing to see is something that has been taught to be totally impossible by all technical people around the world. Because what you're going to see is that we're going to run Big Eureka. We're going to hook it to these batteries. We're going to run Big Eureka. Big Eureka is going to run this generator that is behind us. And it weighs 500 pounds. And it's going to be recharging these batteries while we do this. Now, there was a gentleman who came in here who's a friend of Jed's, named Rick Boggs, who's put in air conditioners and et cetera, all his life on big motors and et cetera. Well, he saw this little white motor right here sitting on this thing, and immediately, without me saying a word, he came over and picked it up and he said, this motor right here is highly efficient. It is highly efficient. He said, I've used them. They're highly efficient. Now, you get them from Granger. Now, we're going to run, it made me realize, well, this is a good way to run a test. And let me ask everybody out there, you see how small this motor is? We're going to take one of these batteries out of this line and hook it to this little tiny motor right here and let it run. Now we have all of these batteries, the rest of these, we have 10 batteries. We're going to remove one of them and leave 9 that we're going to run Big Eureka with. But these batteries are in series. And when you put batteries in series, the current is equivalent to what's in one battery. Big Eureka is going to make this motor look totally ridiculous, totally opposite of what that gentleman said when he picked it up and how efficient this motor was, because it has no load on it. We have that generator.
Thank you, Six's Design.
And we're going to be recharging these batteries while we run Big Eureka. All right, we're going to hook up this little one now. Now we've been running that one. That has no load on it. If it was pumping out water, it'd be drawing 10 amps. But it's already dying. Yeah, if it slows down, you'll hear that. We're going to have to baby this thing, I can tell. It's still running because I can hear it. This battery will probably get hot by the time the hour is over. These batteries will be cool. Now you can watch the speed of that and see that it basically doesn't change. It just keeps right on trucking. And this motor is smoking.
It's not just hot, there's smoke coming out of it.
All right, so we're going to stop it.
It's been running out for
51 minutes. It's been running for 51 minutes. We're going to let this motor, our motor, keep running. All right, now I'll check this battery voltage real quick.
So then it's just this motor that was causing the smoke.
That's correct.
Okay. Bad motor.
All right, somebody call out this when I hit this battery.
You see that on your camera, Jim? I can see it, yes. What's our voltage on that battery?
11.4.
We're going to fast forward.
Running a generator, and that generator is going to recharge these batteries at the same time it runs this machine. That's taught to be totally impossible. We're summing up what we did on that test. We had perpetual motion, so you'll understand it. Now, we took the first battery, and we ran that little white motor, and it fell really 5/10, in that length of time. Now, I'm going to draw an arrow over here. I put it in red because it means we're losing money. That's why I put it in red. Now, I'm going to show what it was when we finished. It was 11.4. Now, when we started, though, it was way over here at 11.81. That's where we started, 11.81. We didn't even get to an hour. We got to 159, and it started smoking, and we disconnected it. All right, now we take the other batteries that we ran Big Eureka. It weighed 7,500 pounds. The Granger catalog shows you that motor ought to be drawing some portion of 600, better than 600 amps, based on their information, and they claim to be the best in the world. All right, now look what happened. We started off, and I give it the highest number, 11.7. And we go to 11,770 an hour later. On this battery, it goes to 12 volts. This battery here is 11.7. This is 11.74 an hour later. This is 11.7. This is 11.73 an hour later. Clearly showing everyone. In that length of an hour, well, this little battery the motor got so hot you couldn't hardly touch it. And it started smoking. This big motor doesn't even get warm at all. Now, what you see is something that defies everything that's put out by the so-called learned people of the world. This is perpetual motion because you cannot do it. Take another 7,500 pound motor and let me see you run it. Off of that, and the battery voltage will not fall. It'll rise. Now, what you're seeing here, if you look at this, you got a chart made by Dr. Swimmer. This shows you something that you won't see on any graph on electrical motors of conventional motor. But look at this. It rises. All these turns has never been seen before on the conventional electrical motor. It's always linear in a straight line. This is perpetual motion, and we will make it change this world. Thank you.
So that's Mr. Newman himself proving that the machine, after running for an hour, raised the voltage of the battery bank, not lowered it, which is basically his essential claim, is that the machine would output more power than it would input. Greetings and salutations, friends, and welcome back. We are back for another round of our coverage into the strange world and subculture of free energy. Is free energy possible? I'd like to think that it is. And for a time, being an avid sort of electronics computer geek, I experimented into some of these things for some time, building things I found on in books or on YouTube, or plans that I bought from eBay. Most of them did not pan out. But tonight we're going to talk about there's really two energy devices that I think show tremendous promise and could be called a free energy device. Tonight we're going to be talking about crystal power cells, made famous mostly by John Hutchinson, who claimed to have invented these crystal energy cells. However, there are some other inventors, most notably Bedini, who are also credited with the invention or the discovery of these crystal energy cells. To those watching, most of the people who are watching today probably are no stranger to some new age theories that crystals hold some kind of power or energy. It's a common belief in the new age or spirituality community that crystals hold some kind of special energy, be it healing energy or radiant energy. This is a common theme in many new age sort of spiritual circles. In fact, at most UFO conferences, you'll find a table of somebody selling crystals. At most spirituality conferences, for sure, you're going to find many tables that are selling crystals. And our friend Jason Quidd sells crystals. I find the connection between somebody making a free energy device out of essentially crystals and the New Age spirituality sort of belief that crystals hold some kind of power or energy to be an incredibly interesting thing. I mean, why is it that so many people in the New Age community think that crystals hold some kind of power or energy? And is that proven by these strange crystal power cells? Now, I was going to play an entire explanation on how to build a crystal power cell. However, I decided that that would take way, way too long. So I apologize, but you're going to have to settle for my very quick explanation. First of all, you need two separate metals. Most people use copper for the outer ring and a magnesium rod. And you can get copper tubing at any Home Depot. That's where I got my copper tubing to build mine. Or, you know, you can order copper tubing anywhere. The magnesium rods are easily obtained in the form of magnesium fire starters. That's what I used. You get some of these magnesium fire starters. They're differing lengths, but some of them are 3-4 inches, some of them are 8 inches. I got 8-inch ones and then cut them down, which is fun because if you try to cut a magnesium rod, you get sparks everywhere and can cause fires. So that was fun in my shop, trying to hack away at these magnesium rods with a hacksaw. So basically, you have the copper tubing, and then you place a mixture of different chemicals. Most people are using John Hutchinson's mix, which is a mixture of Rochelle salts and Epsom salts. And then this mixture, the dry mixture, is heated until it sort of boils, I suppose, and then it's placed inside the copper rod. This does not look good, but this is my explanation for putting the chemicals inside the copper rod. Best I could come up with. And then the magnesium rod is inserted down into it, inside, not touching the copper. The outer copper is then tapped, or you wrap a wire around the copper tube, and you wrap a wire. The magnesium rod should stick out of the top. Here we go again. Stick out of the top of the copper tubing, and a wire is wrapped around that. From that, you get cathode and anode, or positive and negative. Forgive me, I may be wrong on the terminology, but the copper becomes either the positive or the negative, and the magnesium becomes, again, either the positive or the negative lead. Now, there are 100 different mixes for the crystalline structure mix, chemical mix, that goes inside of these things. Many people have done an incredible amount of experimentation into different mixtures. John Hutchinson's formula also calls for a doping agent, where you will file off a little bit of silver and a little bit of iron pyrite into the mixture before you melt it and create a crystal power cell mixture. Others have done experiments that sort of prove that you don't need to heat the mixture, you just need to mix it. And it works just as well in many cases if you heat it versus if you do not heat it. There's lots of variations into these crystal power cells. There's lots of experimentation being done to try to increase either the voltage of them or the milliamps that you get out. Now, it should be noted that these crystal power cells have some strange properties, and one of them is if you build a tiny one, the size of a AAA battery, it will put out 1.5 volts and a very small amount of milliamps, 5 to 20 or 5 to 40, maybe if you're lucky, milliamps, a tiny, tiny amount of power at 1.5 volts. But interestingly, if you build a huge one, you still get 1.5 volts and a small amount of current. I think the larger ones put out more milliamps than the tiny ones, but the voltage is always 1.5 amp. Now, we're gonna watch a short video, and I'm going to cite fair use of John Hutchinson's sort of girlfriend explaining the mixture that is used. We're not going to watch the entire video because it's really long video, but I will cite fair use. This is a transformative work. We're educating the public about John Hutchinson and his crystal power cells. I also just want to mention that I am aware of John Hutchinson's various scientific claims, the Hutchinson effect, and various other things. Tonight, we're going to do an entire other show on the Hutchinson effect, which is him floating things with ultrasonic waves, or, bending and melting metal with ultrasonic waves, moving objects. That's the Hutchinson effect. It's an entirely different subject and worthy of its own show here. Tonight, as far as John Hutchinson is concerned, we're solely going to be focusing on his take or his claims about these crystal power cells. So please bear with me. Oh, you know what? Actually, I don't think we're going to. One second, friends. Let me just check in with my tabs that I have found. Okay, we could get rid of that one. Okay, so first we're going to share a video of John Hutchinson talking about these crystal energy cells and what they do and what they're composed of and how he created these crystal power cells. 1 second, friends. And this is a transformative work. We're citing fair use. We're educating the public. This is fair use. 1 second, friends. Let's try that again. I always have to do this. Make sure we have the audio. There we are. Fair use.
Using common minerals, I'm able to capture the jitter of the 0-point energy that's taught by many physicists around the world. And I'm able to create cells and structures similar to this one here that actually produce power for long periods of time. As you can see, we're getting a reading here of almost half an electron volt from this pile of crystals. And this is steady and has been tested up to a year's time and under stress tests also.
Yeah, I tried to find similar minerals, tried to find similar crystals as he describes here and in other places, most notably a lecture that he once gave, and I was unable to do that. The crystal power cells I was able to build and work as described, but I could never get a power reading out of a pile of rocks or crystals. Just wanted to note that.
So, which made me decide to then, of course, mount the same material in cylinders. And these cylinders here, of course, are various types of cylinders. One being an artillery shell or aluminum cylinders. I could take this one here and do a reading on him. And actually, you cannot see that, but we'll try here. Okay, can we tell what we're getting? about half a volt, about half electron volt. This guy here. Different cylinders, of course, there are different mixes in there, and I found that that some of the cylinders are not as powerful as this material here, or this very tiny one here. Actually, this has more power than this large artillery shell unit here. And what I want to do, of course, is to demonstrate it in the sense of it making actual power. That means to turn a small motor. And that can be done. I've accomplished that many times. We're just taking a reading here on the very small one, 1 cubic inch of raw material from the earth, still powering for over a year. Basically, I want to use these as replacements for batteries, which I think I can achieve. And to demonstrate even more so, I'm looking for a hot cylinder, which I'll call a hot one.
Yes, and just an item worthy of note is that for a time there was a Japanese company that was working with John Hutchinson to create basically batteries like we're used to, you know, AA batteries, AAA batteries, D batteries, based on this technology. And I'm not sure why, but they never came to market. I know they invested with Mr. Hutchinson, but I don't know, or he said that this Japanese company was investing with him, but we never saw them come to retail market.
Well, maybe this one, which is a combination of material from this little cylinder back into here. Instead, actually, well, we can take a voltmeter reading on him and see if he's up to par. We get 1.635 electron volts, so I think that he's lively enough to power this little motor. We'll find out. So I'm holding this motor here. I attach a lead to the base. Get him out of the way. Okay, I'm attaching this to the base here. Another lead to the top, and it should spin, which it does. So yeah, basically, this kind of material powering motors. Of course, it's a very small motor at this time, but scaled up in larger amounts of material to power up to several horsepower if needed.
Also, of interesting note, people have created these power cells and powered a small motor in their shop as a technology demonstrator for literally years. And they kept running for years on just these crystal power cells. That's what hooked me and got me so fascinated by these. I was able to get some of these crystal power cells to power a small LED for years on end.
So that basically is sort of the secret to the energy crisis, in my opinion anyhow. It's using ordinary materials, non-toxic, that will interface with zero-point energy in space and time. Now we're taking a reading of one of the most powerful ones, the 1.635 volts, fluctuating a bit, but very steady and strong. And that was the one that powered the little motor. There's quite a host of that.
And just for those that don't know, 1.5 volt is the voltage of an average battery you may be used to. Not a 9 volt battery, but the barrel type, any of the barrel type, AAA, AA, C, and D. It's 1.5 volt is what is in an average battery.
Natural, non-toxic minerals in there that activate. Much similar to the Moray valve of 1927, where Moray used natural minerals and got a lot of power in the range of about 5,000 watts usable power at 110 volts at 400 cycles per second.
He mentioned Moray here. And I tried to find some sourcing, but some people seem to think that John Hutchinson did not invent this at all, but it was Moray's discovery of these salts and minerals being able to generate power. And Moray did it to a much larger scale. And then that maybe Mr. Hutchinson did not discover this effect, but in fact rediscover a previous inventor's work in the form of Moray.
Long wire antenna. Using basically the same kind of principles. Sort of a shake and bake recipe. It's extremely simple, ridiculously simple. And I do that. I simply just put it in, heat it up, shake it around, and let it crystallize. Once it's crystallized, then it captures and conforms to the 0-point energy that's around all of this.
We've heard mention of 0-point energy from all these different free inventors, and this goes back to sort of Nikola Tesla and the original pioneers of electricity and magnetism, who believed that there was an ether all around us, and we are literally swimming in a sea of energy. And it's been said if we could capture that 0-point energy, the volume, let me see if I can say it right, the volume of a teacup could boil off all the oceans of the earth. That's how much energy is in blank space or the ether. I'm not sure that I believe that, but that's the basis of many of these free energy inventors' belief. And again, this all goes back to Nikola Tesla and some of the early pioneers' belief in something called the ether. Energy all around us.
And actually, I find the simplest of recipes the most powerful. Meaning this little fella here, where I tried to advance the field strength or the energy. However, failing in a few of these cylinders, which are quite, as one would say, it would only put out millivolts. This one here is another powerhouse unit. Being smaller, actually, they tend to get stronger. Again, it's reading about similar to this pile here. But again, I should take a reading on this because he's quite interesting to a lot of people. Being the smallest of them, that would be approximately 1/3 of a volt. Always steady, always strong. I've used direct shorts on these kind of together for days at a time, and they still keep on pumping out energy. Some explanations, of course, can be found in solid-state physics in the old ham radio magazines and transistors were first coming out, and that will help the viewer to see some of the technology in those days, and for the future can see also the possibilities of what they call space charge and junction barrier type of technologies and crystals. The interesting aspect of this technology is that these cells, crystalline cells, can be put in series and parallel to add up voltage and also add up amperage. So
and this is my interest. I wanted to create a bank of these things that would create, let's say, 12 volts, 2 amps to charge a 12-volt battery and perhaps run my cabin. I have a unique situation in my cabin in that I am there for the weekends, or maybe long weekends lately because of COVID, but it would give the batteries 4 days. So I would like to create something like this to trickle charge the batteries at the cabin. Never got that far, only made a bunch of single ones.
Theoretically, if you had a room or refrigerator full, you could power a lot of different types of appliances. You can have 110 volts if you wish, if you had them all in series and in parallel for the amps. That's well, also they cooperate with one another, going in series and parallel. This makes it quite practical.
Yes, but one note that he did not mention here is that if you connect these in either series or parallel, they must be built nearly exactly the same. In other words, he couldn't take the small one and the big one and connect them in a series. It would work, but not right. It just wouldn't work right because you'd have one that's a 0.5 volt and one that's 1.5 volt. And generally they don't work well if they're different sizes or different mixtures inside the cell. So if you want to create a crystal battery bank, I suppose what you need to do is create a bunch of crystal batteries that are exactly the same. And that's what I failed to do, because I had all different size copper tubing, different size magnesium rods, and I wanted to try different mixes to see if I could get more voltage or more amperage out of them. So I was never able to create a bank of them. But I should mention that I just ordered the parts and supplies to begin making these again. I was going to wait on tonight's show until I could show you mine, but I dug around in my garage and I found like one that still worked. And so I'm going to create a video and we'll put it here on our channel of exactly how to build one of these things.
Plus, they're very cheap to make, and they are basically from just nature's own raw minerals.
If you are fascinated by the amazing technologies and concepts you've just witnessed, now you can get even more valuable information.
Oh, yeah. And one thing worthy of note is that the free energy proponents or supporters are always selling a DVD or a book. So this is from a website which is selling a DVD, was at one point, I don't know if they still are, selling a DVD on all different free energy topics and devices. It's sort of a similar subculture to like the UFO subculture, I would say, where they have conferences and they have everybody selling a book or a DVD and they have lectures. Very similar to the UFO community or the consciousness community, in that it's a subculture of people that really believe these things are possible. I have a few more things that I would like to share. Then again, we're going to cite fair use. This is a transformative work. We are educating the public. There's another video that I found of John Hutchinson. I don't know. Let me just make sure that this isn't like, oh no, this is different. Yeah, so this is definitely a different video. But again, we're going to cite fair use. This is a transformative work. We're educating the public about crystal power cells and John Hutchison. And I want to apologize. Earlier on Twitter, I called him Hutchinson. Pretty common name, Hutchinson. But his name is actually Hutchison without the N. So I apologize for misspelling Mr. Hutchison's name earlier on YouTube. 1 second. And folks, while we do this, I'm going to post the link to our live stream on Twitter. I apologize, I have not done that yet. A little rush to begin at our 9 p.m. start time tonight. So this is fair use. This is another video on John Hutchison. This is called John Hutchison Crystal Power Cell.
Well, I kind of think of myself as a discoverer of nature's secrets in a way. Nature's secrets are quite exotically fantastic things. I have to know why things work. Coming into my weird and wonderful world of technology and kind of neat stuff. It's a bit of a squeeze, you know. By the time you get everything working and fired up, you're pretty well exhausted from climbing over things. And I got complaints from the neighbors across the street that I open their doors and by themselves and that kind of thing when I'm doing the experiments. So lucky they haven't come around with torches like in the classical Frankenstein movie and try to burn me out.
Yeah, and for those that are unfamiliar with John Hutchison, he's sort of famous for having this huge collection of surplus electronics, everything from sonar units from submarines, radar units from the Army that was retired, power cells, weird huge capacitors from the military. He is if nothing else, he is an incredible collector of strange technological items, which he sort of hoards up and does his experiments with.
We have here a nice old machine gun sitting here on the floor.
He's just got a machine gun.
Many times I like to sort of work on experiments with some of this surplus equipment. My main interest has been a lot of physical effects such as anti-gravitational research, time distortions, and power sources.
Well, I gotta back that up because did you see that? There's like all this stuff piled around what I think is his bathroom. There's like a toilet in the middle of all this electronics gear. And that's crazy.
And power sources.
Yeah, look, is that where he takes a dump? Like he's gotta work on electronic equipment while he's taking a dump? Wow. You can tell he's not married, right? This is his bathroom, I guess. I don't know. That's really strange.
It's finding things like gravimetric stresses from the moon, bits of zero-point energy, and it's finding things like heat, vibration, and other things. I would safely say it's an energy scavenging unit.
Yes, and again, this sort of piece on him is mentioning the ether. There is energy all around us just waiting to be harnessed. And I'd really like to believe that is true, especially given current problems with oil production and fracking and destroying the environment for fossil fuels.
I could care less what anybody thinks. I don't care. Everybody has their right to their opinions, so if they think I'm a flying nutcase, cool, that's all right.
Yes, and we've mentioned this before. Almost every one of these free energy inventors always either they discuss Nikola Tesla or they were a huge fan of Nikola Tesla. And I've got to say, being a science and computer nerd, of course, I'm a fan of Tesla myself. And a lot of them sort of give credit to Tesla for some of their ideas.
More so than being tied down. I've been offered so many jobs that no, I prefer my freedom where I am in charge, even if it's being dirt poor. The idea occurred to me about the ancients working with Egyptian batteries. So I came up with this dirt cheap idea of common minerals treated in a certain way that produce endless electricity. It's called petroelectrical effect.
And just a note, there is no real term. The term that he just mentioned, petroelectrical effect, is one of his own invention. I'm not able to find that term anywhere in, like a standard physics book or a book on electronics.
Okay, this one's got a lot of silicate, different types of exotic silicates in it. It's quite simple. It's you're grinding up rocks in that, and they turn into small platelets, which conforms to the Casimir effect, where you have energy between two little metal plates.
produces electrons which accumulate to the post here.
This, I just want to stop it here. When I was giving my explanation at the beginning of our broadcast, I forgot to mention that after you create this, you have to give it a shock charge. Most people just apply 12 volts to it for a very short time, a few seconds. And then it energizes the cell, and this cell continues to produce energy, theoretically forever. Okay, friends. So along with these, I have to say that these two videos that we just witnessed, and again, this is transformative work, I'm citing fair use for sharing them, is kind of, those painted him in a very good light. But there are other videos where he is literally cross-dressing and pretending to be a woman while explaining how to build these things. And that, of course, that's going to cause some strange controversy. Yeah, definitely gonna cause some strange controversy. 1 second, I'm gonna find. I have to go into my history. Sorry, friends, just bear with me. One second, I think I've got it. Nope, that wasn't the one. Just bear with me, friends. Should have X'd it out. I apologize. Well, we'll go on to. So there's various videos of him like literally in drag. It's enough to say that. So there's one video where it's sort of his like new age girlfriend explaining how to build these, and then he's in drag going, "Yay, free energy!" And this, of course, has caused many to say that he's just not credible. You know, like why would he be in drag? Promoting these, you know, in drag, sort of laughing like, yay, free energy, promoting these things. These two videos that we watched earlier really painted him in a sort of, you know, painted him in a very positive light. Okay, I found it. Good, I found it. All right, we're gonna cite fair use, and this is transformative work. We're educating the public about John Hutchinson and his crystal power cells. 1 second. Okay, fair use. We are going to share this and cite fair use. We're educating the public, and this is a transformative work. Wrong one. Let's get rid of that one. All right, I have it now. Okay. And we're gonna go through the first few minutes of this. This is quite a long video, 22, 23 minutes. But we're gonna go through just the first few minutes where the mixture of how to make the crystalline mixture is explained.
Some crystal power cells. And we start with Rochelle salts and Epsom salts. Now, Rochelle salts are made from cream of tartar and baking soda. And there are recipes on the internet on how to make your own Rochelle salt. When we weren't getting Rochelle salts because we bought it off of eBay, and sometimes they have it and sometimes they don't, we've been able to use the cream of tartar and the baking soda and heat it along with the Epsom salts, and we still do get a power cell. Not quite as strong, about 10% less in power than the Rochelle salt when we get it directly from manufacturer.
Yeah, and I just wanted to mention that I tried making my own Rochelle salts, and I got 20% less power than the ones where I just bought the Rochelle salt. You buy Rochelle salt on Amazon or eBay.
So if you can't get the Rochelle salts, go on the internet, look for a recipe for Rochelle salts, and you use cream of tartar, organic cream of tartar, like from your co-op, and you can get a bag of it, and baking soda. So I'm going to take 1 part Rochelle salt and 2 parts Epsom salt. I'm going to put it in this glass container here because that's what I'm going to use for mixing. Now, we're going to only use a very, very small portion of our mixture, but I need to dope it. And we only use a very, very tiny amount of doping in the power cell mixture. And so since I'm going to be only making 1 tiny cell, to be able to do that with the doping is a little bit difficult. And this way I have extra materials for making more cells.
So let's mix it up.
There's John Hutchison.
Let's make some cells.
Let's make some power cells.
So,
and I just want to mention that she's mentioning this doping, which is really just filing off a little bit of silver, iron pyrite, which is better known as fool's gold, and I think calcium chloride. But many people that have experimented with these have determined that that is not necessary at all. In fact, all you need is the salt mixture of Epsom salts and Rochelle salt. I used iron pyrite and silver and calcium chloride because I wanted to follow. I thought this is the person that has got the best results with these things. So I followed this recipe pretty exactly, or as exactly as you can. They don't give any amounts for the doping agents. She just sort of files it off into the mixture, but we'll see that coming up.
we're going to take 1 portion. This is just a 1/4 cup measure. It's a little bit less than a 1/4 cup. And we put it into the container. The Rochelle sometimes will come lumpy. If it comes lumpy, just pull it up and just squish it with your hands because you want it smooth, because we're going to try to make as smooth of a compound as possible.
Another note, many experimenters have found better results. You know, Epsom salts is not a powder. Epsom salts is it's chunky. So better results can be obtained building these crystal power cells if you put the components, the Rochelle salt and the Epsom salt, through a grinder. I used a coffee grinder and I made 2 different cells exactly the same. In one, I ground the ingredients, and in the other, I did not. I got 10 or 15, maybe even 20% better results from the cells where I ground the mixtures. So just a note, if you're going to attempt this, you may want to grind both the Epsom salt and the Rochelle salts to get better results.
Epsom salt. Epsom salt. Look at this. Epsom salt. Woohoo!
We're going to take...
Yeah, not exactly the serious scientist, which you can see why to regular scientists, this guy is sort of worthy of mockery. Like I said, the first few videos, he seemed like very serious scientific researcher, even though he's self-taught, but there's so many videos of him just going kind of nutty, in drag. Epsom salts, let's make power cells. Crazy.
Smash this down so it doesn't have the lumps in it. Okay. 1. 2. Go get a spoon and mix this up.
Cue the sci-fi sound effects. That must be the crystals powering up, right?
Get that incorporated as much as you can. It's like you're Cooking. All right, now our doping agents. We've got calcium carbonate.
I'm sorry, I said calcium sulfate. Calcium carbonate.
And we're going to...
And again, there's no set amount. They just sort of file a little bit off into there. And that's kind of what I did and what most people do. They don't give it, you know, like a measurement of how much of each of these
fine powder that's coming off.
So-called doping agents you're supposed to include.
This is a silver medallion that's 99.99% silver.
Yeah, and I couldn't find silver that pure. So for mine, I used a silver coin. And you can get a silver coin on eBay. You can use a quarter, a dime, old quarter, old dime, that's silver. I don't know. That seemed to work for me. I don't know that the silver has to be 100% pure. And again, many other experimenters have done these mixtures without any of these last three ingredients, with just the 1 part Rochelle salt, 2 part Epsom salt, and they got the same results as they did using the doping agents versus not using the doping agents. I tried building 2 identical cells, and in one I placed the some of the doping agents filed off, and in another I just used the 2 parts Rochelle or excuse me, 1 part Rochelle, 2 parts Epsom salt, and got nearly identical voltage readings off of the 2 identical batteries, one with the doping agent, one without. Most people experimenting with these crystal power cells seem to agree that these doping agents do not affect the performance of the cell. They may not be necessary at all. And I've never heard an explanation of what these last 3 ingredients are supposed to do to the mixture, or what purpose they're supposed to serve. But yeah, just wanted to mention that.
You have to be careful with this, especially the smaller cells, because your cells can short out by having too much silver or too large of a particle of silver in. Iron pyrite, also known as fool's gold. So how do I know how much to put in here? I don't know. I've made hundreds and hundreds of these and experimented with various compounds to put in. And this is our little magic piece, which is galena. Normally you're not supposed to hold this with your hand because it does contain lead.
Why do you need that?
And galena acts as a radio receiver.
Yeah, I did not get galena or use galena in mine. And most cells that I've seen, it seems to me that a lot of experimenters, because it's easy to get, use iron pyrite. I still have iron pyrite, and I guess it can't hurt, so I would probably include it in new cells I make just to try to follow the recipe. Can't hurt, I suppose.
I can look in the top and see the galena and the other compounds on there. I'm going to wash this and wash my hands and be right back.
We're going to skip ahead. We're going to skip ahead because this is pretty long. So the mixture is placed into any suitable heating vessel. She's using a soup ladle here, and then the mixture is heated together and mixed together.
Put that out of my way. This will be heated up, and then I will need to take my piece of wire. This is the galvanized wire that's been coated in the sodium silicate. And once this is heated to the correct level, I'm going to spin it around inside of here and then place it into the tube. And we'll have actually lots of extra compound. So I'm ready. It's two-handed. Let's start the stove.
Again, we'll fast forward a bit. And I just wanted to mention that I tried both the dry method, which is to just mix the dry ingredients together. Do not heat the ingredients, and I tried not using just the dry, not ever heating, or like she's doing here, 2 identical cells, one with heating and one without heating the mixture, and got nearly the identical voltage readings from each. I think the cooked mixture was slightly 5% better voltage and milliamp output. So is it worth heating it? I guess if you want to make the very best crystal cell that you can, and I think it can't hurt. I would think that just the act of heating may mix these various compounds together better, right? And according to John Hutchison and others, this crystallizes the crystal mixture better.
As soon as it clears out there, almost there.
Yeah, and I should note, just heating this stuff is it's not easy to do, because you're going to ruin whatever you're using to heat this stuff up. Just a note of caution, don't get in trouble with your wife using her nice pots trying to make this mixture. It's very easy for this stuff to boil over, and then it becomes solid and stuck to the bottom of the, or burn and be stuck to the bottom of whatever vessel you're heating it in. You have to be very careful. So less is more, slow and steady with heating this stuff. Cue the new age music, proving that this is magic.
Okay, that's about it. I'm going to swirl this in.
And I should note that this is sort of a different method than I and many others have used, or John Hutchison has described in his lectures and interviews in the past. She's creating a very, very tiny cell. And again, it's 2 different kinds of metal. You don't have to use copper and magnesium, though most people report the best results from using copper outer tube and a magnesium rod in between this crystal heated mixture. She's using a different method, which is to take the inner rod and just wrap it around in this heated mixture, and then she's going to jam it inside this other little tube. Again, that's 2 different metals that she's using.
And we go into the cell. Now, as we notice, we've got some of this coming out. We're going to try to move it into it as much as possible. Come down. Come back for a little bit more.
Yeah, and another point that's important is that the outer ring, for example, if you're using a copper outer ring and the inner rod, if, for example, you're using a magnesium rod, they cannot touch. So there has to be enough of the material between them that they do not touch.
There she goes, right there. That little blob in and push down, pushing with your thumb on the plug.
We're going to fast forward to...
So right now we're showing 0.748 with the outside being our positive and our inside being the negative. Well, that even likes it even more. So we're dealing with heat right now. We're dealing with any moisture that might be having a chemical reaction with especially the copper. And what we want to do is just give it a short little hit with the power source. And by doing so, we're setting up the alignment of the crystals. And then we're going to let it rest and see how she does.
Yeah, so most people charge these things for a short time with a higher voltage, say 12 volts. And according to this lady and Hutchison and others, that somehow aligns the crystalline structure inside the power cell and sets it up to gather the energy from the ether and generate unlimited free energy forever. Though, again, it's a very tiny amount of voltage and a very tiny amount of actual milliamps being generated. It's much less than an average battery that you may be used to, like a AAA battery or a AA battery or a C battery or a D battery. But they seem to last forever.
Pick our.
Yeah, 12 volt DC, applied for a few seconds.
There we go. It's easier. Coming off at 1.6, 1.59. So it's going to settle down. All that's doing is just setting up information.
Yeah, so once charged like this, generally most of these batteries put out 1.0 to 1.7 volts, much like a standard battery you may be accustomed to.
To the cell as to how it's supposed to be sending its charge. Okay, we're going to go back to the stove and I'm going to show you what you don't want to have happen. This is what happens when you go too far on your compound. Is that, see, we have this nice taffy and we're able to work with it. And notice the white that's building around the edge.
Yeah, so don't heat it too much. We'll skip ahead here.
How we make crystal power cells. And we have made hundreds and hundreds of different crystal power cells. Let's look over back at her cell and where she's sitting at now. She's going to be settling down.
1.2 volts.
Generally, what they do is they settle down to their voltage that they were before you put them on the power supply. Power supply gives them a boost of energy. All we want it to do is line up the crystalline structure, and we generally will end up with something around 0.5, 0.7 volts on something that is this size.
I like this free energy thing. Do you?
Oh my God.
People say,
that's a serious researcher, folks.
What is your amperage? Well, your amperage is going to vary wildly, and it's determined by the shape of the cell. The flat cells, which we'll be showing some of those, that you can actually build between pennies or between different pieces of flat metal, are going to have voltage but extremely low amperage. The ones that carry amperage are going to be your cylinder sizes, the cylinder shapes like this one here. Let's make sure I hang on to that. If I go and check the amperage on this.
I love the sound effects.
Well, this guy got a nice little shot coming off of 7 milliamps off of the charge. You will not maintain that. I'm very definitely sure that they will not. This is coming from the charge. They've gotten their amperage. The key thing is to.
We'll skip ahead
They
again.
are very particular. The cells are very particular, and when they work together in series or parallel, that they're exactly the same.
Yeah, I mentioned that before. If you're going to gang these together in series or parallel, they have to be built exactly the same, with the mixture being exactly the same, or it doesn't work out well.
I love what you're doing. It's awesome. Free energy for everybody. Woohoo! Yes, even Carla can have a free energy device.
And we have some extraordinary power cells that are not these little cylinders, but they are totally different forms. They give off AC and DC current at the same time. And one of them actually created a force field, is all I can say it was, and I'll show you that in a clip later. And mutated and melted a bunch of aluminum.
She never showed us.
So
they never
these
showed
are
us the clip of the
extraordinary
force field.
Pieces of technology, very simple to make, and they really are our way of breaking free of power grid.
Could be, friends. So I just wanted to play that video or portions of it so that we see why it is that Mr. Hutchison sort of gets his balls busted for being a weirdo and not a serious researcher. Dressing up in drag and joking around about what may just be a technology that could free us from fossil fuels is not a good way to get people convinced that you are genuine or that you are credible, I would say. But I gotta say, it's that very video that made me make my first crystal power cell. I have just one more thing to share. And I wanted to mention, I'm sorry we're going a little long in our presentation this evening. I promise we're going to give some time for the live chat. Right after this next piece, I have one more thing to share. There is an experimenter on YouTube that I've been following for quite some time. The name of his channel is Laser Saber. And if you like technology, if you like electronics, lasers, free energy stuff, you would like his channel. I'm going to cite fair use again. In this video, it's a short video. We're only going to be sharing a portion of it. This experimenter, Laser Saber, shows the effects of his crystal power cells that have been going for 4+ years. So, and another note, sometimes I get slagged by people who are like, every show, it's like you show all this interesting stuff, and then at the end of it, you go, but it's not real, it's all fake. Well, if I had to choose so far, there's really two free energy devices that I think have absolutely can prove, to me at least, I mean, I'm not a physicist, but there have been two devices that really impressed me, and that is these crystal power cells and a Bedini motor. We're going to be covering the Bedini motor in a future show, which is another device that seems to create more energy than is put into it. And interestingly, Mr. Bedini is also involved in these crystal power cells. Some people say that it's really his invention and John Hutchison lifted it. Others say that Hutchison invented it and Bedini ran with it. Who knows? But I wanted to show the proof that these things work for long periods of time, generating this tiny amount of power. This is something that has been proven time and time again by experimenters all over the internet. And that's something that I find fascinating and compelling because science, real science, must be repeatable. If some crackpot says, I've created this free energy cell and it'll run for 5 years or it'll run for a year with no external charge or power after it's initially created and no one can recreate it, you can't really trust that person's claims as being factually accurate. However, in the case of these crystal power cells, and you can look on YouTube or forums on the internet dedicated to energy research, hundreds, maybe thousands of people have created these crystal cells and shown that they work for years once created. So we're going to cite fair use, and I'm going to share this video from Laser Saber, where he shares some of his thoughts on these crystal cells. And that video is titled, Crystal Cells Have Been Going for 4+ Years. We're citing fair use. I want to thank Laser Saber for allowing us to share some of his research. Great channel. Please check out Laser Saber if you like lasers and technology. That guy builds awesome stuff. I've been following him for a long time. This is a transformative work, so we're educating the public. Let's take a listen.
Okay, so this is a quick update video on the crystal power cells. And if you've followed my YouTube channel or gone to laserhacker.com, you've probably seen these over the years. They were hooked up to a live video feed for years on end. This one's run for 4 years, over 4 years, over 3.5 years, and 1.5 years on this one. I'm going to go over why I've had failures with some of them, everything I've learned about them up to this point, and I want to actually take these things apart, cut them open, and look at them later today. But before I do that, I just figured I'd shoot a video, show the current update. I'm speaking loud because the 3D printers are all up and running. I've got a lot of future upcoming projects over there. But yeah, let's go over these. So this one's been running 4 years. Like I said, it's been in a low intensity mode, just a low blink mode like that. I'm just got it cranked up here to show that it can still output some current after 4 years. And when I say 4 years, that's pretty much 24 hours a day, every day. There were occasions in the winter when the humidity get low or different things of that nature that I'd add a few drops, so it might be down for a day or two.
And I just want to mention, if this doesn't seem impressive to you that you can run a little light from one of these batteries for 4 years, try hooking a standard battery that you buy at Walmart, one AA battery, up to a little light, and tell me how long that battery lasts. It's not going to last 4 years. It's not going to last a month, I don't think, depending on the current draw of the light that you hook up to it. So to me, this is proof that these things work. I'm not sure, but I'm almost positive that somebody has basically proven that they've had one running a small, tiny motor for 8 years. That's impressive, friends.
But even if you subtract a month, it's still a very impressive runtime. And during that time, the internal pressure pushed the magnesium rod right up out of the top of the pipe cap. So very, very interesting how much pressure you have. And I think that's a key to what makes these things keep running, year after year. So let's go over here and take a look at this one. This one's been running for 3.5 years. And during that time, I haven't had any reed switch failures on this one because I've got one of these dancing solar flower circuits in there. Check out Lid Motor's YouTube channel. I think he's drawn a schematic of essentially that same circuit out and uses it to drive a lot of his little motors. But during that time, this one's been maintenance free. And the real thing bringing this one to an end is, again, the crystal cell growth. You can see the magnesium rods. They may have come up out the top just a little, but the bigger issue is this internal pressure ripping the seam. And you can see the fresh copper color there at the top of that V, showing the very fresh copper as that seam is ripped. That I've just noticed that over the last week. So a lot of internal pressure. And I think that's the key that keeps these things going. The internal crystal growth keeps growing and driving its way into the fresh virgin magnesium. So rather than the magnesium building up, a layer of crud or corrosion that would protect it, it's just constantly getting pressed into by the electrolyte itself and the crystal growth. Anyway, that's my...
Yes, and I just want to mention that many people cap these so that the pressure is greater. And I've seen various people, if the copper outer tube erupts like this, then they patch it with another piece of copper and the thing keeps running. So maybe after 3 or 5 years, these things may begin to break down, but that can be alleviated with some maintenance, to take the caps off the top, clean the new crystal growth off of the top of it and put the cap back on. I've seen people do that and various other things. So they're not without problems, but with normal sort of maintenance work, you can keep them running.
Theory. Now, in this one, I called this the 100-year motor. I was much overly optimistic. This motor has run for 1.5 years so far. During that time, I've had multiple reed switch failures. So I have to, today it stopped again because of the reed switch. And, in transportation, one of the coils broke. So I've updated the Easy Spin design here since I've made the first one. And it's a little stronger in the way I build these now. But, I've had reed switch failures there, and I had major failures on the crystal cells here. And I think the reason I had such extreme failures on these ones is back, if you look at the video when I built these, I put these caps, I took PVC pipe that I sanded down to fit between the copper pipe and the magnesium rod, and I pounded these in under a lot of pressure. to lock it all together. And I think what that did is just allow the pressure to increase like a firecracker in here, not with a quick explosion, obviously, time, to just rip a seam top to bottom.
It's not a fun mad scientist lab unless you've got shit exploding in it. I just want to mention that.
And you know, the way I've got these hooked up, I'd soldered on these wires to bring me off my copper contacts, and I connected them up to in series to the magnesium rod. Well, when it ripped up the seam, you know, it broke those wires. I had to jump over with an alligator clip lead. It's really a mess. So that's the reason this one's come to an end. You can see this one again, ripped top to bottom. So you're dealing with a lot of pressure. And that's one of the things to keep in mind. If you're building crystal power cells, you just got a lot of internal pressure. So anyway, I'm going to take these. This motor is an interesting little thing. I never did a YouTube video on it, so I'll just explain a little bit about it here. It's got a single flat magnet, and you can see that magnet right there, 3D printed hemisphere on each side of that. And the coils are kind of interesting. They go this way and then they cross over, so you can see them crossing there. So you essentially have a situation in which when the coil fires, you get a pushing and pulling effect, very similar to the easy spin. So it's just an experiment I was doing. Again, I'm driving this one with one of the dancing flower circuits. I have a drawer of these. I took them apart, I don't know, 3-4 years ago to do some experiments, but probably back in the time I was building that motor. Okay, so I took apart one of the crystal cells from...
Yeah, and I wanted to share this because I never got to cut one of mine open, and I think it's interesting to see the interior of these things after they've been, you know, a few years old, and to see the crystalline structure inside.
The motor that ran for 3.5 years back here. And what I found inside is actually really, really amazing. I see lots of very good magnesium material. And you can see the crystal, you know, growth along here, and very, very interesting. So this is the edge of the magnesium rod right there, but you know, just a ton of magnesium left. So
and again, this is good because we can show, like I said, there's the copper outer ring, and the crystal structure goes in between, and then the magnesium rod goes down the center. You do not want the magnesium rod and the copper touching, so there has to be enough material around it. And people have done various experiments with huge amounts of this material and don't seem to get better results with huge amounts. In other words, if you had like a 4-foot wide piece of copper tubing and you filled it with this crystal mixture, and then you had a 1-inch wide magnesium rod right in the center of that, doesn't seem to do any better. People have built huge versions of these things out of copper bowls and with varying results.
For running, 3.5 years to have that much, good quality magnesium down through the core tells me this thing would run on and on and on and on for many, many more years. So, this one's blowing out the side. These two look like they're fine. I may just put them on the shelf, clean them up on the outside. And
yes, and people have theorized that the way this works is that somehow this crystalline structure is borrowing electrons from the copper and the magnesium. And people have reported that the magnesium rods may be losing mass over vast amounts of time. So they may not work forever, but they may work for 20 or 50 years if properly maintained and they don't explode on you.
Who knows? Maybe those ones will even go into another project because there are many more years worth of runtime on this. So that's really encouraging. Very, very interesting. I was really expecting to have a lot more deterioration to the magnesium rod inside here. I was expecting to be, really pitted and eaten into and, almost non-existent, but it's still in great, great shape. So anyway, folks, that's why you experiment. That's why you open stuff up. Very, very fascinating.
Yes, and you can visit laserhacker.com or visit his YouTube channel. I highly recommend it. 1 second. So this will conclude our presentation on crystal power cells. But I do want to say this. I have recently ordered some parts and materials, and I will be making some new crystal power cells. and I will be sharing a how-to video on how to make a crystal power cell so you too can have free energy. Here's the deal. This device works. I'm not a physicist. I don't know why it works. I'm not even sure how it works. One thing I am sure of, however, is that I was able to power a light off of one of these for 1.5 years or something like that. You couldn't do that with a standard battery that you bought off the shelf at Walmart. It would die after a few weeks or a month. The only reason that I took the light off of the power cell that I was running it on in my shop is because I was moving. And yeah, and now it's in my garage somewhere. And like I said, I did go looking for, my garage is a mess. I went looking for some of these crystal power cells so that I could demonstrate them. I found one that worked, but time being what it was for tonight's broadcast, I decided we'll do that at a future show. And I'll also be making a do-it-yourself how-to video of how you too can make a crystal power cell. And if there is interest, we'll do additional research into these crystal power cells. Here's what I will say. Researching free energy devices is a lot like researching UFOs. You'll find thousands of fraudsters, hoaxers, bullshit hucksters, and just fake people selling fake plans, fake shit that doesn't work. Everything from they like spinning mercury too, just like the UFO people. Spin mercury in a vacuum tube and you'll get free energy, or power a generator with nothing but magnets and all of this different stuff. And much like the UFO community, you'll find thousands of fake videos. You'll find thousands of people selling shit that doesn't pan out and doesn't have evidentiary or scientific support to prove their claims. Doesn't stop them from selling shit, though. They're all selling something. There are just a few out of the thousands of these devices I have looked into. This one is one of the good news ones. Here's the good news. The good news is I believe it works and will generate power for years and years, maybe decades, if the cell's properly built and properly maintained. Here's the bad news. They generate a tiny, tiny, minuscule amount of power. And so as people have described, they need to be ganged together in a series or in a parallel in order to, for example, if you wanted to generate 12 volts, you'd have to, string 4 of them together or whatever, generate 3 volts, string 2 of them together, generate 6 volts, 4 of them together, and to generate 12 volts, 8 of them together. And I did attempt some of that and had some major successes and then major failures. And then I was moving and playing around with crystals in my basement just wasn't a huge priority for me for a time. I had 6 months worth of work to get our house ready for sale, our old house. And sort of just lost interest. Well, I didn't lose interest. I lost the time to have the interest, if that makes sense. So I'm going to be returning to building some of these things, and I'm going to share the results with all of you. Greetings and salutations for a rare early show. We tried this once before and did very well with it. Tonight, unfortunately, I may have some other things that I need to attend to, but I still want to come here and water our garden here. For surely, if I continue to water that garden will grow. So we've been covering free energy. Is free energy possible? and some of the strange cast of characters involved in the strange subculture of free energy. And yeah, none stranger, I suppose, than one Dr. Stephen Greer, most famous or notable for the so-called Disclosure Project, where this former emergency room doctor suddenly felt a calling to disclose to the world the truth about aliens, bro. But besides that, he's also a free energy clown. Dr. Stephen Greer started something called the Orion Project many years ago. Today, we're going to be sharing some things about that Orion Project. But the essential bit of information you need to know about it is that Dr. Stephen Greer started a nonprofit organization and began to solicit donations. And his organization would open source and share with the world all these free energy secrets that are being suppressed and withheld by dark forces and the oil industry and the shadow government and the US Patent Office, suppressing all of this free energy technology from all of us, but he's going to save us. But so far it's been years and he hasn't saved us, which I find interesting. Sometimes it is very helpful, friends, to ask questions when you already know the answers. So here's what I'll say. What I will say is sometimes it's good to ask questions, even though you may already know the answer to those questions. So today I thought it would be appropriate, if following that excellent advice from someone I know, I start asking questions to Dr. Stephen Greer. The first question that I have is, how much money have you raised with this organization? I mean, in total. And can we get a breakdown how much you raised each year? And since this is a nonprofit organization, can we get the 990 forms for the last, say, 3 years? See how much money you collected and what was done with that money? The next question I would have is, can we see your prototypes, your working technology demonstrators that you promised people that you were going to create when you started this organization? I guess the next question is, where's the lab that you were going to build with those, those donations that you were soliciting to save us all from the horrors of fossil fuel and help us through a dark future by giving us free energy devices, right? You were going to start a lab with money that you collected with this organization. I have many questions for Dr. Stephen Greer about the Orion Project. There have been many unanswered questions, questions not addressed, and I see some people, actually, I pretty much see all people who ever get the opportunity to interview Dr. Stephen Greer, give him a softball interview, and no one ever asks him, what happened with this Orion Project? What happened to all the money that you collected? And again, I'm not making any claims here. I'm simply asking questions. These are valid questions. These are valid points of concern. And especially if this was a 501c3, these are questions that need to be addressed by Dr. Stephen Greer regarding this organization, its finances, its fundraising, and what it has produced after years of this apparent fundraising. So these are the questions that I have, and I'm going to leave them as questions for Dr. Stephen Greer to answer. I could answer some of them, but my research might not be so good, Dr. Stephen Greer, and you can very easily answer these questions and clear up any concerns, right, that people have about what happened to all the money that you were collecting or wanting to collect from people for this organization? I think that the public has a right to know, especially if this is a public charity, a 501c3. You have a responsibility, Dr. Stephen Greer, to clear up any misconceptions that may be out there, because I've heard a lot of people behind the scenes saying things and asking questions and being, let's just say, being less than trusting of what you did with the money. But these whispers behind your back aren't going to clear the air here. So I thought it best if I just simply, directly, publicly ask you these questions. Can we get a breakdown of how much money you have collected each year since you started this organization and where all the money went? Can we see the prototypes that you were going to create, the working technology demonstrators of this free energy that you claimed that you would create? Can we see the laboratory, pictures of the laboratory? Can I interview some people that work at that laboratory? That would be beneficial, right? So friends, first we're going to cite fair use and share some things from the Orion Project website. I was surprised that it was still up. I thought it had gone down years ago, but apparently I was mistaken. So this is directly, and I'm going to cite fair use. This is a transformative work. This is directly from Dr. Stephen Greer's Orion Project website, which is going to be reading some things off of that, but I'm still citing fair use, even though this is a public website and apparently this is a public charity. Our vision and purpose. The Orion Project is an organization created to transform the current energy, environmental, and social crisis into a world of sustainability and enlightened abundance. Boy, sounds good. This is some great free energy bullshit. They all have good bullshit, and it all centers around, let's stop this oil monopoly. Let's stop destroying our planet, right? An enlightened, a world of sustainability and enlightened abundance. This is gold, friends, if you're trying to do a free energy business venture. Let's just call it that. Technological progress in the areas of advanced physics and electromagnetic systems, if appropriately supported, will enable humanity to live on Earth with a minimal footprint with genuine long-term sustainability. For over 100 years, these advanced concepts in energy generation have either been ignored or actively suppressed due to the power of fossil fuel-based economic and industrial interests. It's always those goddamn fossil fuel companies that are stopping us from living in a free energy utopia, Stephen Greer. Imagine a world where every home and village has its own clean source of electrical energy, free of the cost of fossil fuels, nuclear power, or centralized electric grid. This guy must be a John Lennon fan who wrote this, because the mantra is imagine. What great copy. It's, imagine, imagine, imagine. Imagine every means of transportation running off of clean power plants using no source of fuel and creating no pollution. Imagine the developing world blossoming with these new technologies. And rainforests protected from slash and burn subsistence farming and logging. Yeah, imagine. Imagine all inner city transportation above the ground and the millions of acres paved over with highways, free for productive agriculture and recreation. What, we're not going to need cars or roads anymore? Okay, Dr. Stephen Greer. Imagine all manufacturing being clean, fuel sourced, using no cost or low cost energy. Imagine the possibility of 100% recycling, because the energy cost of transporting recycled materials, processing them, and scrubbing pollution out of the air and water approaches zero. Wow, this is sounding good so far, Dr. Stephen Greer. Imagine this is no mere pipe dream, but a world that is well within our grasp to create and do so in our lifetimes. Imagine and see that it is a reality. The Orion Project is dedicated to supporting the world's most accomplished engineers, physicists, and inventors who have developed innovative solutions to energy generation, cleaning up the fossil fuel power sources currently in use. You can help. The Orion Project urgently needs your help to see that these emerging scientists are disclosed and implemented globally as soon as possible. Nothing short of a global, peaceful Manhattan Project can reverse the growing crisis of energy resource depletion, environmental collapse, global warming, and geopolitical conflict created by our current dependence on oil, gas, and nuclear technology. The technologies outlined on our website, in addition to solar and wind, provide our best hope of obtaining true sustainability, peace, and enlightened abundance for all of humanity. Well, gee, this just sounds like so good. Oh, geez, what a great vision, Stephen Greer. Wow. We can stop the oil companies, right? We can all live in abundance and peace. We can have free energy, free transportation. And all we have to do is give you and your organization money, and you're going to get it done, right? You're going to get it done. Oh, I don't even know if we want to. Do we want to read any more? Why now? Oh, here we go. This is another part of the pitch. History is replete with inventors who have discovered and produced amazing clean energy devices. Men like Nikola Tesla. What do I keep saying? You got to bring in Nikola Tesla. You got to mention Nikola Tesla. T. Townsend Brown, Stan Meyer, and others have shown us it is possible to have all the power we can need without burning noxious oil, coal, and gas, or risking nuclear damage. For 100 years, however, there have been no significant changes in the way we generate power. Oh, geez. And there's a link to their so-called research, but curiously, I don't find any scholarly articles written by scientists that he hired with money that he got from these donations to generate free energy. And I don't find any notice of or videos from their laboratory that he said that he was going to create when he started this organization. And I don't find, research progress reports from these leading scientists and engineers around the world creating free energy devices. No, I see shit that he wrote mostly, or stuff that he's linking to that's just from the internet. Is this research? Is this what you're collecting the money for writing some shit and posting articles that anybody can freely find on the internet? Yeah. Here we have energy solutions. And here's where it gets thick, friends. During the past 2 decades, Dr. Stephen Greer and his team have extensively researched the most promising inventors and technologies available on the planet today. They have traveled the globe investigating scores of inventors and have witnessed an exhaustive range of technologies from the impossible to the near miraculous. From this painstaking work, they have narrowed their scope to a handful of the most brilliant inventors and the most promising technologies. Heretofore, these inventors have been valiantly struggling forward to bring earth-saving technologies out to the world. Usually, these committed and intrepid pioneers are operating with low budgets, very limited equipment in their personal shops, little or no access to other brilliant people to spur their thinking, frequent strong skepticism, outright ridicule, and in some cases, harassment. This is a continuing theme for all these free energy clowns that free energy inventors are getting bought off, are getting threatened, are getting harassed. Okay. The mission of our Energy Solutions Plan is to bring the very best inventors in the world of sustainable, non-polluting free energy together under one roof to achieve very specific objective. Our ultimate objective is to produce an energy generating system, a free energy generator for the home or business, which will be available to the general global public. Ultimately, this will free us from dependence on costly, limited, and polluting fossil fuels and forever transform the current non-sustainable energy paradigm. Following are the technical description and performance criteria for this mission. Yeah, it gets thicker and thicker. And here he is, linking the water-powered cars, which, is proven that it takes more energy separate the oxygen and the hydrogen from the water then is produced from that hydrogen you produce. So not exactly free energy. Quantum vacuum, 0 point, electromagnetic generators. This is all stuff that you can find on any free energy website. Okay, so he's going to lease an adequate, well-equipped research facility. These are some of the things that he's going to do with the money. Bring a core group of some of the most brilliant inventors together under one roof. Support them with full-time skilled technicians, staff, and scientific engineering consultants when needed. Provide professional project management to coordinate and support activities. Align everyone towards the attainment of this single objective. Provide 18 to 24 months of intensive activity to produce the desired result. Much has already been achieved by these inventors operating independently under the most adverse conditions. Bringing them together with full support, clear direction, and aligned effort will certainly produce an energy breakthrough that humanity so sorely needs. Wow, what a great pitch, right? It's a great pitch. We're going to save the world from fossil fuels. We're going to give you free energy. And all you got to do is donate money to us. So we saw that list of things that he was promising he was going to do. I'd like a progress report, Dr. Stephen Greer. How long have you been collecting money? How many years have you been collecting money for this organization? Can you show us the lab? Can you show us the scientists working on this stuff? Because I'll donate. This sounds good. I'll donate a couple of bucks to you, Stephen Greer, because you're going to save the world with your free energy projects. All right, so this is gonna be a short show today, but I am gonna cite fair use, and we're gonna share a video of Dr. Stephen Greer talking about what he's gonna do with the money that they're collecting. This is great. This is gold. Let's cite fair use. This is a transformative work. We're educating the public about Dr. Stephen Greer's energy breakthrough campaign. Oh, Jesus Christ. He's going to give us free energy. Wasn't he also going to prove alien life with that baby Amaconda, that mummified alien, right? Oh, but that wasn't an alien. It was just a disfigured human. But he collected, was it $1 million, Stephen Greer, for the documentary about that humanoid alien, right? And you were going to prove with DNA and science that it was really an alien, but then you didn't. Did you give the $1 million back? Yeah. Such high quality of all these people that are going to save Earth. They are also altruistic. They're all going to save Earth, and they're going to bring about alien disclosure, right? So that we could join the Galactic Council and get together with our space brothers, ascend to our rightful place in the universe, and they're going to bring us free energy and save the world. But they always need your money. They always need your money. They always need donations. They always need money. Seems a little suspect to me. Okay. This is about his breakthrough campaign. And again, fair use. What are the goals of the breakthrough campaign?
The breakthrough campaign is an idea that within a 60 to 90-day period, with enough people participating, we should be able to raise around $3 million to open this research campus, to bring people together to create the one or more of these robust demonstrators that are putting out over unity electromagnetic electricity and energy.
These are bold claims, friends, because he's not just claiming that if you donate to his organization, he's going to produce one free energy device. He's claiming that they will produce multiple technology demonstrators working prototypes. Quite a tall order. He's not just going to defy the laws of physics once, he's going to defy the laws of physics multiple times.
The donations that are tax deductible are going to a nonprofit. The nonprofit would develop these technologies and would have assigned to it any sort of rights. But as a nonprofit, it's not allowed to sell products. It would then license that technology out to any groups that we felt were going to be able to get it out further. And we think that ultimately then any source of...
I just want to stop this because I want to be sure that I remember to comment on this. He, at the beginning of this video, said that, he was going to be doing this all within 60 to 90 days, I believe. It's been years, Stephen Greer. It's been years that you've had this website. You've been talking about this. I'm assuming that you're collecting donations for years and years and years. In this video, you said in 60 to 90 days, you're going to get this lab together. Where's the lab? Where's the research? Where's the scholarly articles written by the scientists creating these devices that will defy the laws of physics? We'd all like to see that.
Revenue that would come from it could then go back into the nonprofit to get these technologies further developed and educate the public about them and disclose them, but also get them to these areas that have a lot of environmental and energy needs, but where there's a lot of damage happening to the environment. There are certain key areas where these need to get out quickly, and they're not going to be able to be done through the usual model of selling them. They're going to have to be working with international relief and development agencies and be gifted. And
wow, so it sounds good. If you donate money to Dr. Stephen Greer, he's going to invent these free energy devices, and I suppose in third world countries where there's a massive need for energy, he's just going to give those free energy devices away for free. Dr. Stephen Greer, can we have a list of the countries, the villages, where you gave this free energy devices that you're developing away to other countries, other struggling peoples that need them right away? You said you were going to gift them, right? All I have to do is donate some money to you, and you're going to create these free energy devices, and sounds like a very short time, and then you're going to give them away to these developing countries. That's so nice of you.
And that's where the proceeds of those technologies would then be placed. In fact, the regular company, Arrow, if it develops these, the main interest in Arrow would be assigned to the Orion project, so that the profits from any of that would go back into that foundation to do.
Wow, sounds like he's got the profit plan all planned out. He's going to take your free money, and then he's going to generate these devices. He's going to create these devices, and then he's going to give some away to free countries, but the rest of them, they're going to license the technology and create a big profit plan. Dr. Stephen Greer, you fucking idiot. Are you on a fucking public YouTube video talking about a nonprofit organization's plan to generate profit from the free donations? Sounds like it, but I don't know. This doesn't sound right to me. Wait, let me get it straight again. I think I follow you. You're going to take donations from people, and you're going to create these free energy devices. And to some people that really need them right away, you're going to give them away. But to others, you're going to license them. And then you have a profit plan to make sure that profit keeps pouring into your non-profit organization for free energy. I'm confused at this point. I'm just confused.
Do the same work. So that's the idea behind that. No one involved with this project are doing it with any financial need. Everyone involved don't need the financial reward from this. We're more interested in getting this project done for the planet. And
that's great news. So can we see your paperwork and see what all the money was spent on? If it was not, can we see the paperwork and make sure that you and none of the people involved in this organization profited from any of the donations in any way? Sounds good to me. It sounds like, yeah, that's the right way to do things, Stephen Greer. And also the right way to do things is to release all your paperwork and show how much you generated in donations and where the money went. That's called a 990 form. And all 501c3s have to file them every year. And I'd like to see yours. Any member of the public can request it. I'm officially requesting the 990 forms from you so that we can see how much you generated in donations for the last 3 years and where any of the money went.
Fixing the environmental.
But actually, I'd like to see the paperwork for every year. You know, how long have you been collecting donations, right? How long have you been collecting these donations? Because this video that we're watching is from 2008, right? Have you been collecting, the website's still up. Have you been collecting donations for this for 12 years now? And if so, how much did you collect in donations in the past 12 years? And where did all of that money go every year? These are valid questions, Dr. Stephen Greer.
Energy crisis, because there's not a lot of time left in our view. I think that even the last UN scientific study on global warming, they found that the rate of decay of the environment is exponentially accelerating more than they thought it was based on their previous models. So each time they do a study, the condition is worse and worse and worse. So we feel that we're in sort of a global environmental and energy emergency that requires a public, peaceful energy effort.
Yeah, this is an emergency, so you got to donate money to me and my organization for 12 years.
And, you know, we've done this in the past for other purposes that ended up in creating things like the atomic bomb for the Manhattan Project. We think that it's time that the public and the people of the world say,
no, Dr. Stephen Greer, you idiot. That was a government-controlled, funded, and created project. It wasn't crowdsourced. There wasn't a fucking charity creating a nuclear bomb, you idiot. How are you comparing this to that? I don't know. I don't understand his logic here.
let's do this for peaceful, clean, free energy research. And that's really where we are today.
Let's do this for peaceful, clean energy research. Sounds good, Dr. Stephen Greer. Sounds like you got it all figured out. And you had it all figured out in 2008. But, bro, it's 2020. So I'd like to see these free energy devices because I want my flying car. And, you know, I want that box-sized generator sitting outside of my house so I can say, fuck this electric company. I'm not paying this bill no more. That would improve the quality of my life, right? That would really help. And there's another video about the scientists, but he mentions a bunch of scientists that are going to be working with him in this other video. And then we don't get to see any results from those scientists, any comment from those scientists. You know, I could be wrong, but I don't think that they're really, I think he kind of started this project and it just fizzled out, but it's 12 years later, Dr. Stephen Greer. You know, where's the results? You've had 12 years to create this laboratory where you're going to get everybody under one roof. Can we see pictures of that? Can we get like a tour? Can you just go with your cell phone and show us the laboratory and all the things that you're working on there in that laboratory that you were going to create some 12 years ago? Can we get, I don't know, interviews with the scientists on their progress for creating this free energy device? And again, can we get the paperwork showing how much you collected in donations and where all that cash went? Tax-free cash too, by the way. So I'm just confused by Dr. Stephen Greer. I'm confused at why a man who's already a multimillionaire can't just fund this himself, right? Dr. Stephen Greer, you're a multimillionaire, right? You have a net worth of several $1 million. If you felt this strongly about it, why do you have to collect donations, right? Was it $3 million you said you were trying to raise for this effort? You have multiple millions of dollars. I mean, why couldn't you fund this yourself? That's another valid question. And if you collected a bunch of donations and then failed with everybody's money, why couldn't you match those donations or something and try again? After all, you made these promises on public websites, on public YouTube videos. Dr. Stephen Greer is going to learn that it's best in the free energy community not to overpromise and underdeliver. Yet he, like all of these clowns, that's all they do is overpromise and underdeliver. So we're going to take comments and questions from the live chat. I'm happy that we could take this time to be here with you today. And I have just a few more of these free energy characters that I want to present something on before we do sort of a wrap up. And the wrap up will be interesting because we've identified several key similarities to all of these free energy characters. And one of them, most striking, is that they always need money. They always need you to donate money so that they can create these devices that they then, after years and years of taking donations, many of them never seem to create any workable device. So that should tell us something about the, trustworthiness of anyone making these claims and trying to collect money. This is like the boy who cried wolf. Unfortunately, have been so many of these free energy clowns out there trying to collect donations and money to create their devices. And inevitably, none of them ever create the device, but they, for years and years and years, collect money to do so. And this is going to have a terrible effect, because what happens if somebody really does come along that really could do it? People will simply remember the 100 other people that collected money and never did it, and not trust someone on their word coming out saying that they could actually do it. This is unfortunate. There's just been too many of these guys out there selling bullshit. And this is Dr. Stephen Greer, you're selling bullshit here. You can't, if you're not selling bullshit, shut me up. Let's see a tour of your laboratory. Let's interview your scientists. Let's see the financial records, see where all the money's been going. I've done free energy research on a budget of, pennies myself, in the form of crystal batteries and some other things. So I'd love to see where, all the funds that you created went and what kind of results you got. I got some interesting results, and I'm just some slob with interest in electronics and sort of fringe science.
Truthseekers is a viewer-supported show. Wonderful people like you who enjoy this show send pledges in the form of super chats, super stickers, super thanks, PayPal, or Cash App. Instructions for how to help are in the description. You can also join our Patreon, and for as little as $1 a month you can get extra content. Patreon supporters get a backstage pass, early access to all our production videos before they are distributed publicly, Stephen Campion's music, private writings, a monthly show journal, and more. You can also become a YouTube channel member for $5 a month. A YouTube membership includes all of the Patreon benefits, plus a special members badge, priority reply to video comments, and the live chat, plus a monthly members-only video. We thank you all, kind and generous benefactors, for supporting Truthseekers. Thank you for your generosity and support. Truthseekers is a viewer-supported show. Now there's a great way to support these broadcasts and show your support. Please be sure and check out our merchandise store. Links to our 2 merchandise online stores are in the links to this video or podcast. The Amazon storefront ships super quickly in the United States, Great Britain, and many more places. Amazon may not ship to your country or location. If that's the case, hit our second merchandise link in the description and visit our Redbubble storefront. Merchandise from our Redbubble storefront ships worldwide, but may take longer than Amazon. We've got a great deal of super high quality merchandise for you to choose from, including t-shirts, phone cases, sweatshirts, and even pillows. The feedback from our products have been overwhelmingly great. Quality products and fast shipping. People all over the world are buying some merchandise and showing their support of the show. Praise the cash! Praise the cash! Praise the cash! We thank you all, kind and generous benefactors who are buying some merchandise and helping us to continue this journey. Thanks for being here. This is Truthseekers with your host, Stephen Campion. Please rate, like and comment on our videos or podcasts. If you are listening to an audio podcast, please rate us 5 stars to help us rise in the search rankings. If you are watching on YouTube, please like, comment and subscribe to our channel. If you're listening to an audio podcast, we love and appreciate you listeners, but you are missing the live tapings. All our shows are recorded live with video feed. We'd love you to come be a part of our live broadcasts and tapings for the podcast. Head on over to YouTube, click the search tool, the little magnifying glass, put Truthseekers, one word in the search bar, and hit enter. You'll see a strange and mysterious guy with sunglasses. That means you found the channel. Go there, smash the subscribe button and hit the notification bell to receive up-to-date info on our YouTube channel. We welcome you to be a part of our live taping and our chat room during the live broadcasts. Seek the truth. Speak the truth. This is Truthseekers. Truthseekers.